the Jasper bunch. Well, good morning, everyone. Very happy to have the opportunity to be able to chair from a distance today. It's good to see you all. I'd like to call the the Committee of the Whole meeting of September 28th, the Municipality of Jasper, to order. Councillors, you have today's proposed agenda, and we have today's proposed agenda in front of us. Are there any additions or other changes to be made to the agenda? Okay, having none, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Councillor Journeau, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. Agenda item 4, approval of the minutes. The minutes of September 14th, Committee of the Whole, have been circulated. Are there any observed corrections which need to be made to those minutes? Okay, swimmingly. Having none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of September 14th, 2021, Committee of the Whole? Councillor Kalharampi, all in favor? I'm assuming there are none opposed. That's carried. Agenda item 5, presentations. There doesn't appear to be any today. There's none coming forward. Okay. So that brings us to agenda item 6, business arising from the minutes. Does anybody have anything in reference to last Committee of the Whole's minutes? All right, folks, I'm not trying to, land a record here. That takes us to agenda item 7, new business. 7.1, the land acknowledgement policy. We have an attachment. Mr. Given, would you like to kick that off?
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Demota. And I have a feeling that with the packed agenda that we have, there's going to be lots of time for discussion. So I'm not worried about you setting any records.
Okay.
So the land acknowledgement policy is here for council consideration. Ms. Riddell is here to speak to the process. She has led this, and it has gone through significant work, both with our partners at Parks Canada, local Indigenous community members, and our internal committee. And so I'll ask Ms. Riddell to come and speak to the policy and the recommendation. But for clarity, the recommendation is the committee recommend council adopt the draft land acknowledgement policy, and that the committee refer the matter of regular ongoing reconciliation efforts to the 2022 strategic planning session. And maybe council, I'll just speak to that last part before Ms. Riddell goes into the policy. As we were going through this process, it became clear that adoption of the policy wasn't the end of reconciliation. Rather, it was the beginning. And our advice to you as council is that you may wish to put this matter in front of the next council for them to at least consider how they would like to approach reconciliation beyond the land acknowledgement policy. And so I just wanted to highlight that because it's a bit of a different kind of recommendation where we're making a suggestion as administration to council that you may want to flag that as an item to the next council. So it's something that's a bit unique given the transition period that we're entering here. But I'll turn it over to Lisa to speak to the policy and the specifics of the policy.
Thank you to Councillor Demota, through to all of council. So in front of you, there's a report that highlights the draft land acknowledgement policy that's before you. This came up after the July 6th regular meeting where council approved the development of a traditional land acknowledgement, as well as directed administration to develop the policy for review at a future committee meeting. I do want to take a minute. I realize Mr. Given just acknowledged the partners that assisted to look through the policy, but I really appreciate all the time and assistance that I was so generously given by our community and Indigenous partners, Indigenous Tourism Alberta, Parks Canada, Indigenous Relations, local Indigenous entrepreneurs. Just immense gratitude for that, especially realizing it was challenging with just being limited on Zoom. So thank you very much to all those people that helped. Basically what we have here, the attached policy includes both an approved statement of territorial acknowledgement for use by the organization, but also significant background information that is striving to promote understanding of the meaning and significance of using a territorial acknowledgement. So the first part of the statement is looking at the territories on which Jasper National Park and the Jasper Town Site sit. And the second part of the statement details more of that commitment and what does that mean to acknowledge that land in this area, and why the organization would be making the land acknowledgement, how the statement is significant in a number of ways. Some interesting or important points, I think, is that this is an ongoing journey, and that the municipality is learning about the rich and complex histories of Indigenous peoples in this area. And so written right into the policy is sort of a statement of recognizing that this is a living document, that we will change and update it, and that this isn't just, you know, done and moved on, that it's something we continue to work at and continue to review as an organization. And as Mr. Gibbons said, another important consideration is how this fits within the bigger picture of regular ongoing relationship building and reconciliation. There's a little definition there of reconciliation in the report, and that has sort of lent to the second recommendation of why we're suggesting that this council maybe flag that or refer to the next council to talk about reconciliation, the bigger picture of reconciliation at the 2022 strategic planning. So municipal governments can build relationships with local and regional Indigenous organizations and individuals through regular ongoing conversations on issues of mutual interest. This is a step towards reconciliation, and the policy, you know, the hope is that the policy is also a step towards call to action 57, which is about, you know, regular ongoing education for public servants. So I'm available if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riddell. I appreciate the effort that's on behind us, and congratulations to you and your partners that were able to get the good information, the right information in front of us. I don't think I have lots to add myself to this, as a lot of this is a little new to a lot of us. I really hope that, you know, going forward, that we can work collectively to do the right thing at least. And I think one of the first steps is forwarding this. And one thing that I appreciate of what the past council has done is creating a strategic plan that works into the next council, so that, you know, there's a little bit of overlap and we can make recommendations going forward and for the 4 years, and having this as an instrumental part of that, I think is the right thing to do. And I hope that it's embraced by more than just council and administration and to the broader community. So I will open up the floor. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Demota, and thank you very much, Mrs. Riddell, for presenting council with this morning. And thank you to your team and the Inclusion Committee for their ongoing work on this really important work. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be included in the Inclusion Committee and to go through this process with you and with the rest of our Inclusion Committee throughout the municipality of Jasper. It's been a true honor. I also would love to thank administration for including that second recommendation on the importance of including this in our ongoing strategic planning for the municipality of Jasper to further contribute to reconciliation. And it really highlights the importance of this. So thank you very much. It's very well presented.
Other comments, observations, or questions to Mrs. Riddell? Mr. Mayor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. I too have had the honor and the pleasure of sitting on the Inclusion Committee, and I appreciate all the work that has gone into this by Ms. Riddell and her team, but by all those that she has already acknowledged. And I have no difficulty with any particular aspect or any aspect whatsoever of the proposed policy. But my one observation is that there might be parts of the policy that would be better suited to administrative procedures rather than to policy. I think the initial opening paragraphs absolutely appropriate. The policy statement, the purpose, the objectives, and the acknowledgement. But at scope and use, my one concern is that the municipality absolutely retain the sense that an acknowledgement is always given with a sense of purpose, meaning, and authenticity. And overuse starts to undermine that. And the last thing I think that we want is for a land acknowledgement to become a perfunctory statement rather than an authentic, meaningful statement. And so in that respect, scope and use might be better put into administrative procedures, for example, where we can do ongoing observations about the actual use and effectiveness of the land acknowledgement and be more nimble to adjust it rather than to come back to the base policy. I don't take exception to any of the wording. It's just that this is going to be an evolving practice, and we are, I think, obligated to keep it purposeful, meaningful, and authentic. And so I just raise that as an observation that some of the elements that are now in the proposed policy might be better suited to administrative procedures. And that might include the definition section as well, which is something that we typically wouldn't have in a policy being much more general in nature. But if it stays as it is, I have no hesitation at all in approving it. But for council's benefit, I think as we move forward, we may want to have an eye on how we adapt to the use as it unfolds and keep it as meaningful and as authentic as it ought to be. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate those comments, Mr. Given. I just wanted to say that I personally like those observations, and if there was any amendments to be presented or suggested going forward, I'd like to support that. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Demota. I do want to speak to the point raised by Mayor Ireland, because it was a discussion point within administration about where this section should reside. And, just to support Ms. Riddell, the draft here reflects my advice to her that this should reside properly in the council policy, because it actually directs what council will do. And so if it said that administration shall use the land acknowledgement in this place or that place, I would agree that that can and will be handled within the administrative procedure. But I don't believe an administrative procedure can compel council to do something or not do something. And so the discussion that we had was that council, by including something about its use in a council policy, is determining what council is committing to, and appreciating that there needs to be that ongoing authenticity. Council should have a discussion about what that looks like in a council context. Certainly administration will do that and have that discussion through the administrative policy about what it looks like to be authentic in acknowledging Indigenous land in our processes. But there is a level that council needs. Is council, for example, does council see this as something that is done at the start of every council meeting? Does council see this as something that is done once a month at a council meeting? Is this done at both council and committee meetings? Is this done once a year at the organization? Like, all of those could be authentic. But I think it is up to council to have a bit of a discussion about what you would like to do. And I don't believe that an administrative procedure can compel the mayor or a council member speaking on behalf of the municipality at an event to make a land acknowledgement. I think that's exactly opposite of authentic. And so that's why we wanted to have this part about scope and use, particularly when it's applied to how council will make land acknowledgement in the council policy.
Good points. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Demota. I'm curious if council thinks that that might be a conversation that's held at the organizational meeting on when council, the newly elected council, decides how often they wish to acknowledge the land with this land acknowledgement policy, and if that's something that the new council might be able to decide, whether that is every meeting and they're taught how to acknowledge the land within that context, or if that means that it's once a month, or as Mr. Gibbons shared with me, the practice in other communities has sometimes been, you know, at the organizational meeting for the year, so that it's done annually, or just so that council and the newly elected council, most importantly, has that opportunity to decide how meaning, like which way they would like to acknowledge the land.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. I think that's a very strong point. May I reach out to anyone else on council who'd like to go ahead, Councillor, your worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota, and I appreciate the comments from Mr. Gibbon. I think perhaps where I struggle, and I appreciate as well the comments by Councillor McGrath, that this is something that might be appropriately discussed at an organizational meeting. But the policy as worded says that the acknowledgement is recommended for use at the start of public meetings of council. That's unqualified, so I think that means every public meeting of council, committee of the whole, and regular council meetings. And it's a recommendation no longer from administration, because as Mr. Gibbons said, this is council's policy. So council recommending to itself that this be used at the start of every meeting. And yet there is also a countervailing argument that maybe at the organizational meeting, council can decide when exactly the land acknowledgement might be used. So I just see the potential for what might be perceived in the community as council backing up from its own recommendation if at the organizational meeting it is determined that there would be more limited and strategic use of a land acknowledgement in the face of a previous recommendation that it be used at every public meeting. And it just, to me, it presents an issue that I would prefer to avoid. And therefore, my sense that maybe that scope and use might be better left to a different document rather than the policy itself. But I will leave it. I've said all that I could possibly think to say on the topic, but I am sensitive to how we approach this moving forward. And I really hope that working together, we get it as right as we can, knowing that we will, in our efforts to have reconciliation, make mistakes. It's a learning process for everyone, but I'm just aware, I think, of where this could lead in terms of when, in particular, we use the land acknowledgement.
Well, I appreciate that there are valid points on many sides. Councillor Wilson, you had your hand up, and if anybody else did, I apologize if I missed you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'll step in to this, tentatively. I'm not very educated on the topic, and I'd like to become more so. But I guess, does it become trivial if we're acknowledging every week? Is it just a check mark on our agenda? If committee of the whole and council and committee of the whole and the regular council meeting, is it then just something we kind of hammer through and check mark and move on, or do we use it in only more meaningful situations? And I'm not too sure. I guess I would kind of bounce it back to administration and ask for their suggestions rather than us make that decision. What are other communities doing? Are other municipalities doing a land acknowledgement, and not to say that we have to follow suit, but a lot of times it's best practice in larger communities, and we could learn from their direction. So I guess, yeah, I don't have an answer, but I wanted to kind of wade in and put in my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Butler.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I thought that maybe someone else had their hand up before me.
Did they?
Councillor McGrath? Oh, no, I just didn't want to leak the queue. Thank you.
Yeah. Sure,
Ms. Riddell, thank you very much for, it's very evident that a tremendous amount of work has gone into this by a lot of people, and I appreciate it very much. The policy is well drafted. On the point that we're discussing, I will talk about how I interpreted that. The policy recommends, but does not stipulate, that the acknowledgement would be read at the beginning of every council meeting. So to me, it would leave discretion to councils to decide whether they would interpret or whether they would follow that recommendation. So it is not stipulated in hard language. And I thought that perhaps that use of the word recommended was intentional in that sense. Secondly, it references council meetings. So my assumption was that this would be read at council meetings, but not committee meetings. And that seems appropriate to me. It strikes me that if you're not going to read the land acknowledgement at every council meeting, what would you then do? One council meeting out of a month, or so many out of a year? None of it made more sense to me than every council meeting. And I assumed that that language, which said council and not committee, was deliberate. So after thinking through all of that, I ended up comfortable with where that stands. So that's a comment on that specific issue. I have a couple of comments on wording in a couple of places, but I'll wait until we've dealt with this question of frequency of using the acknowledgement.
Oh, I appreciate that. Go ahead, Ms. Riddell.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Demota, through to council. I just wanted to speak to a couple of the questions that I heard. There was one question a little while ago about the use of definitions in the policy document. And what I was finding as I was drafting this document with the help of so many others is how much I learned about some of these definitions, about colonization, about reconciliation, territorial acknowledgement, and realized as well that we can't assume that everyone knows what all those terms mean, and that in the spirit of reconciliation, ongoing learning, and continuous growth and improvement, the definition section is intended to best position, I guess, council with the ability to truly understand the words that are within the acknowledgement statement. And that speaks a little bit to what was also just spoken about, was making sure that it remains meaningful and authentic. And I think understanding more about the words that we're saying can help with that. One Indigenous community member I spoke with during this process reminded me, and it was a reminder genuinely, that we are all treaty people, and that when we think of the treaties, it's referring to all of us, not just Indigenous people. I thought that was a really relevant reminder, and also lent itself to some recommendations that I've heard kind of over and over through this process, which is, when doing a land acknowledgement, although one might be reading this out, there is an ability to think about and reflect on your own personal experience, to speak from the heart, to draw in personal experiences or personal thoughts, perhaps before or after the standard acknowledgement. So there's ways to ensure that that it doesn't become rote and just something that you do before every meeting. So I just wanted to share those were really wonderful pieces of input that I received.
Thank you, Ms. Riddell. And I have to say that even with the mayor's opening comments on the topic, that you've already gone through and considered that level on whether it's pertinent for certain parts of this to be on council's plate and or administration. So that just goes to show the thought that was put behind and the consideration conversations that have already taken place prior to this coming to us. And regardless of what happens, I'm very comfortable with going forward with what's in front of us. And I'm also very comfortable with some of the recommendations that have been made. And still, I think gives us and maybe the next council a lot to think and talk about. So going forward, this is the first time that we've seen it in this construct in front of us, and much appreciated. Would anybody else like to add? Councilor McGrath? Councilor Butler?
Only if we're ready for a motion.
What's that?
If we're ready for a motion, I'd like to present. But
Okay,
I'll let Councilor Butler speak first because it looks like he has something else to add.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I don't mean to wordsmith, but there are a couple of pieces that concern me. Item 5, third paragraph. It is not expected that any other speaker or presenter would also do one. That's fine. However, an Indigenous speaker may choose to if they wish. I find that a little confusing, what is intended by the combination of those two sentences. But what concerns me is that last sentence seems a little patronizing to me, that we are allowing a speaker, if they are Indigenous, to have an exception to our policy. I believe we should just strike the word Indigenous. I think if a speaker, and we are all treaty people, if a speaker wishes to, I don't think we should allow that on the basis of their ethnicity. So I would strike the word speaker. It's a small change, but I think it's important. The title of item 8, pronunciation, is spelled wrong. And then finally, I want to just go down to below the pronunciation table. I don't understand why that paragraph asking questions is within this policy. I don't think it has anything to do with the land acknowledgement. It offers me general advice about how to talk with Indigenous people. Do we mean that if we have an Indigenous person at a meeting, because we've made an acknowledgement, that if I ask a question, I just don't know how I, as a member of the municipality, would be directed by that statement. And it strikes me that while it is very well intended, I just don't see how it belongs in this policy. That is all I had for potential change before this policy would be adopted.
Thank you for those observations. Councillor Journeau, did I see your hand up? You're on mute, sir. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Demota. Just a couple quick comments. I think the policy is too detailed, but I'm not the wordsmith and the creator of these things. So I think there's too much details in the policy that should be in the working, which is kind of similar to the comment that Mayor Island made at the start. Secondly, I agree with Councillor Wilson, who indicated that if we do this too often, it becomes a bit trivialized. And that's how I feel. Okay, it's just like the flags at half mast since June. Do they serve the purpose anymore? But they're still at half mast. And granted, it came from the Prime Minister's office, but we have. I think we have to, if we're going to be acknowledging, we have to do it in a very genuine way rather than to the point that it becomes trivial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to, Councillor Wilson, okay, I have your, oh, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, just to clarify, Councillor Journeau, it was not my opinion. I just I queried if it becomes trivial or not. It may well be that we do it every week, and it may still be authentic and not trivial, but I just made the query. But my question actually was just in the spirit of reconciliation and educating myself. Mrs. Riddell, you made the comment we are all treaty people, and I just was hope that you'd be able to shine a little bit more light on that comment, just to educate everybody here. Maybe everybody is already, but I'm not. So would you help me out?
Go ahead, Mrs. Riddell. Ms. Riddell.
Sure. Deputy Mayor Demota, through to Councillor Wilson and all of council. All I was referring to there is that the treaties were signed by Indigenous and non-Indigenous partners. And so, in fact, when we think of the treaties, it doesn't just refer to Indigenous groups. And I think that's something that's possibly less understood than we might think.
Yes, there's more than one side to an agreement. Mr. Given, go ahead.
Yeah, well, and just to reinforce what Ms. Riddell said, there were two participants in the treaties. There were two sides to that. And if we believe that Her Majesty has any, that Canada's legal system is built on reference to the Crown, it was the Crown entering into these legal agreements with the Indigenous peoples. And so, I think it's always useful to remind ourselves that our system of laws in Canada, and certainly here in Jasper, we know that Her Majesty is all over our business here in Jasper, but the treaties were signed with that same authority. They were signed on behalf of the Crown with the people that were here first. And if we believe that any of our laws today, work, they really rely on that foundational principle of the authority of the Crown. And these treaties were signed with the authority of the Crown, and so they should have the same legal basis as any of our laws today. So I think that that's the other reminder about treaties, that they are a legal document, that much like any of our other documents, that ultimately rest in the authority of the Crown to make those kind of legal arrangements.
All right, Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. With the conversation that we've been having, I'm wondering if council has the intent, to change some wording in section 5, second paragraph, after recommended, and perhaps it might read recommended for use at minimum at the annual organizational meeting of council, and at any other meeting where the chair of the meeting might find it appropriate to do so. And I would say those words so that it is authentic and it is meaningful, and that the chair of the meeting has the opportunity to express the land acknowledgement as they desire and as their heart leads them to. That's something that I've certainly struggled with in the last 6 months. I was aching to do a land acknowledgement at a council meeting when I was chairing in May and June. And because we didn't have a policy, I couldn't really bring it forward. And it tore me apart to not be able to do what I knew in my heart was right. And I believe, as someone that has had an opportunity to chair meetings, that it should rest in the chair's decision making.
That's a good point. But we have a correction, and we have several recommendations now. And before someone moves to accept with recommendations and or give any other directions, or just receive this as information for the time being and giving us a little more time to work on this, I'm just opening up some conversation here to see what type of direction council wants to give administration to go forward with to the next meeting, because we've had a few, we've had some recommendations made by the mayor, by Councillor Butler, and by Councillor McGrath. So I'm not sure at what level this has been documented and with any recommendations going forward. I'm struggling a little bit on how to move forward with this. Mr. Given.
Sure. So Councillor Deputy Mayor Demota, my suggestion would be that either you have one motion that itemizes the, all of the proposed amendments, or you have a bunch of individual amendments, motions on amendments that people can vote up or vote down. And then after council committee is satisfied that the document is amended to reflect council's wishes, then you have one motion to recommend the policy as amended to council. So it's sort of an either or. Certainly the ones that are just, spelling mistake, appreciate highlighting those. Administration would just do those. There are some that are people may have different opinions on whether they're the materiality or not. Councillor Butler referenced the change to strike the qualifier of an Indigenous speaker, to just say, a speaker may choose to do so if, council might have opinions on whether that's material or not. And so you might want to itemize that one. And then there's also the one that Councillor McGrath is proposing, which provides more definition, but is quite specific. And I would say is outside of the scope of minor, spelling changes. So you might want to just define the list of specific amendments that you're asking to have changed so that people can vote on them, and do that either individually, each amendment gets a vote, or collectively. We want to amend this, this, and this, and then vote on that package of amendments.
Thank you, sir. And then there's also the asking questions segment that Councillor Butler had brought up, and whether how relevant that might be in the section right after the pronunciations. Councillor Butler, I've got you, sorry.
Thank you. So just to try to move us along, I will move that committee direct administration when bringing this policy back for approval, that in section 5, the word Indigenous be stricken from the final sentence, and that in section 8, the section asking questions be stricken. I won't bother with the spelling error. So let's dispense with those and then we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Councillor McGrath.
Sorry, not to debate the motion, but just to fully understand from administration's viewpoint on that questions being stricken. I think that there is importance to municipal workers understanding the gifting of tobacco and coffee, tea as a gift to Indigenous people that we invite to circles and conversations, and that we ask for their sharing of knowledge. Would there be an opportunity for administration to provide that level of education to staff should it not be included in the policy?
I can speak to that. Yeah, Deputy Mayor Demota, I'd suggest that this is something that could be reflected in an administrative procedure, because it speaks about how we would do something. So if administration was to seek perspective or input from Indigenous community, this would give us direction on how to do that. Or if we were to invite an Indigenous speaker to participate in a council or community event, this again would give us more direction on how to do that. So it could live in an administrative policy, but I appreciate that it isn't explicitly, it certainly isn't definition or pronunciation of the land acknowledgement. So I would agree that it doesn't fit in that section. It might be more broad than that. And this might be the kind of thing that the next council might want to speak about is, are there other Municipality of Jasper policies related to reconciliation? And if so, what are those policies and what subject areas would they cover? And it's possible that this asking questions or gifts and appreciation or acknowledgement might be the subject of another policy. But in the absence of another policy, I would certainly see this reflected in an administrative procedure, so that if administration is asking questions, that we are aware that there is protocol that goes along with that at the administrative level.
And thank you. And I agree with that, because I think with the work that's done in the consultation and the partnerships that were used to create this document, it wouldn't show up here without reason or necessity. And I think that it needs to be part of the document, but where might be the right thing. And personally, I wouldn't like to see that completely struck if I want it to be used purposefully within the document, because it's obviously something that administration just didn't add in there as a whim. So we've been consulting and advice has been given, and I think that I would like to more so move forward with what Mr. Given has prescribed. Councillor Butler, it's your motion if you'd like to speak to that, not to close off, but for clarity.
My reason for removing it from the policy is only that it's not germane to the policy. It's an extremely important statement. I, in fact, don't think it should be buried in a policy specific to the issue of a land acknowledgement. I agree with the suggestion that we refer the matter of ongoing reconciliation efforts to a future strategic planning, and this is exactly the kind of discussion that ought to happen there, and not be placed in policy that doesn't really have to do with anything around our manner of respecting, manner of talking to, and manner of interacting with Indigenous people. So if anything, I think a statement like that belongs elsewhere at a more elevated level than buried in the fine print of a policy that is really just about land acknowledgement statement. So that's the only reason I suggest it not be here, not because I disagree in any way or think it's important. So
Thank you for clarifying.
I'm suggesting it.
Okay, and I hope that's clear to other councillors as well. Councillor McGrath, did you want to amend anything? I know that if you wanted to, you'd probably put up your hand, but you also did talk about the chair deciding whether our land use acknowledgement would be required. Did you mean chair or speaker?
No, I'm actually really satisfied with the policy as it's presented. I was just hoping to see if it would make certain councillors more comfortable with the policy as it was presented. So I don't need to make any amendments. I had a hand in helping create the policy, and I have definitely seen it more than just today. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Given, with what Councillor Butler has proposed, we understand what the motion on the table is. Okay. Does everyone else understand what the motion on the table is? Okay, I see a round of nods. Councillor Butler, you haven't officially closed debate. Do you wish to do so, or? Okay, thank you very much. If everybody understands, I will call the motion. All in favor? All right, that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much for the profound discussion. I certainly appreciate it. Okay, I will turn now to agenda item 7.2, community garden expansion requests. Councillor, your worship, and then Councillor Butler. I apologize if I'm skipping ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. Before we leave the land acknowledgement, if administration is to come back with a new draft for approval next week, I would move that the definition section include a definition of public meeting of council. I think that when council meets as committee of whole, it is a public meeting of council, but we could determine that by definition so that there is clarity for future councils when they interpret this policy that we may approve next week, that at least they know what the starting point is. So a simple definition of what is meant by a public meeting of council, I think, would be helpful for future interpretation of the policy. And I would move that as council, or pardon me, as administration revises the policy, such a definition be included.
Councilor Butler, you had your hand up as well. Did you want to add to that? Or were you referring to the same matter?
Well, I wasn't sure, thank you. I wasn't sure that we had actually dispensed with the item because I don't think we had actually directed administration to bring this back. I'm not sure my motion did that, but Mayor Arlen's motion should be dealt with first.
That's good. And I think, I apologize with some just nervousness around, kind of not being as informed as I want to be on the subject. I perhaps rushed a little forward. So the mayor, is that you'd like to move that forward for direction? You
Yes,
did say I'd like to move.
That's what's
so
necessary. Before it goes to direction, though, I would move an amendment by the addition of a definition of a public meeting of council. And then we'll see where that goes. And then we'll have a slightly revised document, at which point I think it's appropriate then to direct administration to bring that back. So they would be subject to the motion that was just approved based on Councillor Butler's recommendation. We'll see where my motion might go, and then we can direct administration accordingly.
Councillor Butler?
Thank you. I agree with the direction or the thinking behind the motion. However, I think that the differentiation between a meeting of council and a meeting of committee, whether that be committee of the whole or any other committee, is handled in our procedures bylaw. So for me, a meeting of council means a meeting of council, and it specifically doesn't mean a meeting of committee of the whole or any other committee. In fact, committee of the whole is really the only committee, the only formal committee this council has, but it is nonetheless a committee of council. There could be others. So I actually found the wording there to be specific. And if I need to understand what is meant by council as opposed to committee, I would look in procedures bylaw. So to me, a definition in here in this policy could run into the procedures bylaw. And then we have, ambiguity. So I'm actually more comfortable with it as it is, even though I understand and agree with the intent of the motion. But therefore I don't agree with the motion.
Okay, understand. And I know we might be looking for some consensus here. Scott, Councillor Wilson.
May I ask Councillor McGrath about the clarification she made to the motion? I think her desire was to have the ability to make an acknowledgement at committee of the whole or another councillor, because as it is now, if it's just regular meetings, it's the mayor to make the land acknowledgement and that's it. And nobody else gets the opportunity if they choose to make their own acknowledgement. Councillor McGrath, oh, sorry, that's it.
No, that's fine. No, it's good. We're teamwork here, so that's good. Go ahead, Councillor McGrath.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I'm happy to speak to that. In scope and use, as it stands, the acknowledgement is recommended for use at the start of public meetings of council and at the municipal celebrations. Well, I guess there has been some wordplay on that with Mayor Ireland and Councillor Butler. I took that as that would afford me the opportunity to acknowledge the land at the start of a committee of the whole meeting as deputy mayor. But maybe that is why it's being asked to be defined. You know, and then what I brought forward was to see if council wanted to see an amendment in that, and if that would help pass the policy. But I'm happy the way it's presented, but if other councillors need to see some amendments to bring this policy forward, I'm certainly agreeable. And to speak to the opportunity as the deputy mayor to practice the land acknowledgement, I of course agree that it's really important and that all councillors should have an opportunity to practice, be taught how, and properly be able to use the land acknowledgement when necessary.
And, you know, I agree with that. And I have to give thanks to Mayor Ireland, you know, for proposing the idea of having deputy mayors chair the committee of the whole, because it does give us a lot of practice in those particular types of nuances, or having the ability to, you know, allow some heart to be put behind an emotion behind what we're doing, and not it be perfunctory as we go through the agenda items on a thing. And thank you, sir, for adding another word to my vocabulary today. Any other discussion or debate? So, Your Worship, would you like to go ahead with a motion, or are you satisfied with where we're at to give direction to administration?
I thank you, Councillor Demota, for prompting me in that fashion. It seems to me that there is uncertainty about what the words mean. I think under our procedural bylaw, when council gathers, including as committee of the whole, it is a public meeting. We are required by our procedure bylaw, for example, to hold council meetings in public, and that includes council sitting as committee of the whole. The definition that we choose to use in this policy, should we choose to do one, should be consistent absolutely with our procedure bylaw. But because there is uncertainty, I think it is worth clarifying. And so I have made a motion for a definition. I haven't suggested what that definition should be, but I think we would aid future councils in interpretation, and the public, if it included a definition. So that was my motion, and I will let it stand.
And for clarity again, it's to include a definition of what a public meeting is?
Definition of public meetings of council. That is the phrase that is used.
Okay. And does everyone understand the motion that the mayor is presenting to give direction to administration? Councillor Valley.
I know I spoke, and thank you very much for allowing me again. I want to do a little more than reiterate, so I appreciate it. If there is a lack of definition or understanding as to what the specific phrase public meeting of council means, again, if it is not clear in the procedural bylaw, I think it ought to be clarified in the procedural bylaw. My concern is if we put a definition of public meeting of council into this policy, would that imply that our definition of public meeting of council could be different in another policy? I think where these pieces belong is actually quite important. So I agree with Mayor Ireland that there may be some ambiguity as to what is meant by a public meeting of council, but that specific understanding is also expressed in the Municipal Governance Act of the province. So I just don't like the squishiness and haziness of putting a definition that really isn't part of this policy in this policy. If there's lack of clarity, the place to clear that up is not in this policy. So that's, again, why I don't really think it belongs here. So thanks for letting me speak again. Normally that wouldn't be allowed. But
well, I came back because just for a point of clarification, and I'm sure that the mayor will still want his motion to stand, but would you like to close on those comments, sir, your worship? As an official close to the motion debate.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. I struggle, and I understand the position taken by Councillor Butler, and there should be consistency, and perhaps rather than a definition, an indication that the words public meetings of council as defined in some other document or discernible in another way would be appropriate. What I would like most is for administration to consider the issue before this comes back. I had suggested a definition, but there might be an alternative way to approach it by reference to another piece of legislation or policy or bylaw. And that would be certainly a legitimate approach. I just am concerned that we give as much clarity as we can for scope and use of the land acknowledgement policy as we move forward. So I've now forgotten exactly what my motion was. I think it was simply that we added definition of public meeting of council. I can understand that there might be a different way to add that clarity. And if it is the will of council, I am prepared to withdraw my motion. But I would then still think that there should be some direction to administration to reassess that particular clause and come back to us with advice on how best to ensure both clarity and consistency with other pieces of legislation. So
sorry, go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I was just going to conclude that I think our procedural bylaw requires that I can only withdraw a motion with the consent of council. So I leave that to you.
Okay. I was just going to ask Mr. Given before that happens, regardless, you know the intention of council, and that is something that I think that would be worthwhile in having in there, and I don't think really requires direction. It just, enhancing the definition, if you may. Go ahead. Yeah.
So I was just going to provide clarity of how administration would interpret the mayor's motion, and I would take it as a motion because, as we heard, there's maybe some ambiguity and certainly some differences of opinion of how this can be handled. So administration heard the mayor make a motion to direct us to provide, to amend the policy to provide a definition of public meetings of council. So if that motion was passed, what council would expect to see is this policy come forward, and if council subsequently recommended the policy forward to a regular council meeting, then at that regular council meeting, you would see the amendments that have already been passed, plus an inclusion of a definition of regular public meetings of council, of public meetings of council. And at that time, council would be able to debate if that, that inclusion was what you all intended or wanted or not. And you could amend it at that time as well. So, but it is helpful to have this coming in the form of a motion and direction to administration to amend the policy, because that way it's clear to us whether we should or whether we shouldn't. And so, my suggestion would be that you have a vote on that. And council can have the confidence that you will see the policy again at the regular council meeting with all the proposed and passed amendments. And you'll get a chance to see whether it needs any more work or whether something else needs to be adjusted, or whether you're happy with it as it's presented at the regular council meeting.
All right, so I'm glad that I went to you because the intent was to potentially not have this withdrawn, because I think it's important for that reference. So there still is the motion, and I appreciate that. If anybody else, does the rest of council want to go ahead and withdraw, or do you want to go ahead with this with that committee instruct or direct administration to add an area of definition within the policy to reflect the definition of what public meetings are and any reference to them to any other policy? Does that make sense? Unless it's not worded properly. I've tried to jot down as many words to make it work properly. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you again, Deputy Mayor Demota, and thank you to Mr. Given. If it is acceptable to you as chair, I will withdraw any notion of withdrawing the motion and leave it to you to call the question. I think that Mr. Given understands the question, administration understands the issue, and they can be relied upon to come back to council at the next meeting with a suggestion for adding clarity to the policy. So I'm happy if you simply proceed with calling the question.
All right. And I saw nods going as I was reading it out, so everyone understands, including Mr. Given. All in favor of the motion? Any not in favor? Okay, it's not unanimous. We're moving forward. The motion's been passed. Go ahead, Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. To move us forward, I'd like to move that committee recommend council adopt the draft land use acknowledgement policy as amended for use by the municipality of Jasper, and that committee refer the matter of regular ongoing reconciliation efforts to the 2022 strategic planning session.
Thank you for that. Anyone wish to discuss what Councillor McGrath has just mentioned? Any further? Okay, all in favor? Okay. None opposed, that's moved. Before we move forward to the next agenda item, are there any other comments or discussion to be had on the topic of our land acknowledgement policy? I appreciate the conversation and further debate. Again, I apologize for moving too swiftly to agenda item 7.2. Thank you, Ms. Riddell and Mr. Given, rest of administration, and everyone that put the efforts into getting this before us again. And I look forward to this coming into fruition officially down the road. Having said that, we've been going at this for an hour now, and usually I like to go a little longer before we call a comfort break. But I think that with everything that's in front of us now, I'd like to call a recess for a few minutes. It's now 10:33. If we can come back at 10:40, is everyone comfortable with that? Okay, thank you. We'll see you at 10:40. Welcome back, everyone. I see most of us back here. Okay, it is now 10:41. Thank you for getting back on time. I'd like to resume business, and we have left off on going forward with agenda item 7.2 under new business, community garden expansion requests. Who would like to lead with that? Mr. Given, please do so.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Demota. Mr. Greathead is here. He is the one that has been directly interacting with the Jasper Local Food Society and the community garden, and so he can speak to the content of the report.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Council. I had met several times with Ryan from the Community Gardens about this request, and unfortunately, the request came in after the design for the Tesla supercharger. So you'll see in the attached sketch where they just want to notch it out. They're looking for an expansion. I think the total square footage is roughly 561 square feet. And they're looking for an L-shaped expansion going around the transformer that's there for the supercharger. We can work with the community gardens to have the fencing extended with direction from the council by the spring. And again, we partnered, we went with ACCO as well on this just to make sure that the clearances were sufficient for their needs and that the expansion would be suitable. Also, we were tasked to investigate some alternative sites. One of the biggest things comes down to having a supply of potable water at those things. And right now, the only ask from the community gardens is the expansion in that L-shape pattern as shown in the sketch. And that's all I have to say on that, on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. I think I understand the diagram. I've often, living in the area, I used to take my dog over there when it was small, and there's a nice patch of grass there. And, you know, although I don't like to see green space removed in the community within the town site, I think that you're replacing growing things with growing things. So, and you know, I think that the community gardens personally is added a lot of you know, benefits to the community other than creating a healthy environment for plants to thrive and to create food, but also from a social aspect. I think that it's provided an opportunity for people to gather and do good things together. Councillor McGrath.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Demota, and thank you, Mr. Greathead, for presenting this to us today. And thanks for working with the Jasper Local Food Society to hear their needs and to understand their needs from the local food society perspective. We all value and understand the importance of food sustainability and community connectedness, and we all understand that that happens at the community garden here in Jasper. So it is of significant importance, and it's really lovely that the plot has an expansion possibility right next to the existing garden, so that it doesn't have to be on the other side of town, so that we can keep that unity and keep that connectedness close. So I'm definitely fully in support of the proposed expansion. Thank you very much.
Any other comments from council? All right, go ahead, Councillor Butler.
Just going to offer to make the motion, since I think there are no other comments. The committee recommend council approve the expansion of the community garden to allow for additional garden plots and a shed.
All right, we have a motion.
I will add the words as presented, because the motion as stated doesn't actually clarify what the expansion would be. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Your worship, Mayor Arling.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota, and I apologize. I've just been running this through my head, and I should have asked a question of Mr. Greathead before the motion was made. But if you will allow me, I will do that now. And it is simply the wording to approve the expansion, which is certainly within our jurisdiction, it's municipal land. But I think there should again be clarity that although we don't mind if there's a shed, I'm not sure that we're the approving authority, and somebody is going to have to make an application for a development permit and a building permit for a shed of that size. So as long as it's clearly articulated to the community group that we don't actually approve formally the construction of a shed, we have no objection to a shed being constructed, subject to approvals from the relevant authority. And I take it though that those discussions have been had.
Go ahead, Mr. Greathead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, if I can address that. Yes, there was concern about having an area to store their tools with the demolition of the AMA building. Right now, the demolition is I guess, our remediation is under work and our demolition is about to begin very soon. There was the request on or concern of what they would do for their tool storage. Right now, they can without a development permit, as long as it's under 10 by 10, they would be allowed to put up a garden shed as per parks rules, but we still will have to make sure that I get approval and for the expansion of the fence line, probably at the very least. So we understand that, and that's why we're saying we would have this complete by spring for next year. As for the shed, it was going to be something that would be supplied by the community gardens, and they would make sure that it was acceptable to parks.
Okay. I understand that there's a motion on the floor. However, for points of clarification, and I'd like to go back to you, Mr. Greathead, with the demolition of the AMA building, and that may not have anything to do with the proposal in front of us, but will there still be running water to that area for the community gardens users to use after the demolition?
Yes, I've been discussing this with our utilities manager, Vidal Michaud, and we're going to be able to make sure that we keep the water up.
Is there any way with collaboration and maybe this proposal to incorporate that with the shed, or have you made any discussions involving that?
Right now, it's a seasonal line, so we turn it on and off. It goes on with our irrigation system. So we're just going to have to make a few, as we do the building tear down of the AMA building, we're going to have to do a little bit of work inside there on the plumbing and making sure that we've got it ready to go. But our intent is to make sure that, we're not disrupting the potential for water supply there.
Okay, thank you. And you know what? I didn't think of those things until the motion was on the floor. So I appreciate the points of clarification on that. Is there any other information needed by council or debate on the subject? Okay. So we have a motion that committee recommend council approve the expansion of the community garden to allow for additional garden plots and a shed. Well, do we include and a shed in there, or to allow for additional garden plots as presented? Councillor Butler, having Mayor Ireland making a point of the shed not being within our jurisdiction. Mr. Mayor?
No, I wasn't proposing an amendment. I just wanted clarity that the issue about the shed has been discussed, and Mr. Greathead has clarified that for me. So I have no problem with the motion as presented. The approval in that sense means permission more than approval, and that's fine. And it may not require an actual development permit anyway, from what I understand from Mr. Greathead. So I am perfectly fine with the motion. I would just say that I think Councillor Butler expressed that he wanted to add the words "as presented" to the end of the motion.
And indeed I did. So I will repeat that. That committee recommend council approve the expansion of the community garden to allow for additional garden plots and a shed as presented. All in favor? Okay. None opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. Any other thoughts or consideration towards what we just decided? Okay. I will move forward to agenda item 7.3, the COVID Relief Reserve, the penalty tax program. Mr. Gibbon, within the agenda, did the information that was given to us at the top, the transfer to reserves, have anything to do with this conversation? It seemed a little bit out of order from the beginning of the agenda to here. I just wanted to see where that reference point was going to be made.
Sure. Do you mean in the context of this report, Deputy Mayor Demota, in the background section?
Yes, underneath. So we have the agenda, we have the minutes, and then we have the paid parking update that came in that order, and then next came the transfer to reserves from the various motions made, and I just don't know if that had any relevance to our discussion here.
It does somewhat
Okay.
in that it was related to that reflects what happened to budget. Those two documents, the paid parking update and the transfer to reserves document, were both discussed and presented at the table at the last committee of the whole meeting. They weren't a part of the formal agenda package. And so administration's commitment was that the documents we were discussing would be available to the public as an attachment to the minutes from that meeting. So that's why they're there. They aren't related to any of the subjects that are here. They're from that past meeting, but just to make sure that that the public had access to the materials that council saw and discussed at that last meeting, since they weren't presented as a part of the package ahead of time at that meeting.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. So council, I will guide you through this report. I have no doubt that there will be some discussion and a number of questions, but at a high level, I will be clear that administration is recommending that council receive this report, which would have the effect of not taking any action. So I just want to be clear what a recommendation is there. I'll speak to why administration is giving that advice, but I'll also point out that administration is providing alternatives so that if council doesn't wish to follow that direction, there are other legitimate alternatives that council could choose to proceed with, and they're contained in the report just below the recommendation. So while we're advising the council receive the report for information and take no further action, committee could also recommend council approve deferring the collection of past due property taxes until January 1st and waive all tax penalties. And committee could also, otherwise, committee could recommend that council approve waiving all property tax penalties until December 31st. So I just want to be clear that while we are suggesting that you not proceed with this, based on our professional and administrative perspective, there are alternatives available to you if you wish to proceed. So as council and community well know, the economic impacts of the pandemic have been significant globally and here in Jasper. In response, council has taken a number of actions, including applying $1 million one-time property tax rebate in the 21 tax season, as well as establishing a COVID recovery reserve. Council has made a number of allocations to specific priorities out of that reserve, including funding money towards a public transportation pilot project, supporting the development of a community childcare strategy, supporting advocacy towards the elimination of land rent payable to the federal government, and money to partner with Tourism Jasper to create a destination development plan. All of those being really forward-looking initiatives to help our community recover economically on a go-forward basis. At the same time that council directed administration to undertake those actions, council also provided additional direction to administration to prepare program proposals for an income-based utility rate rebate program and a tax deferral program. Just the income-based utility rebate program will be coming at the next committee of the whole meeting, while the tax, and this report is specific to the tax deferral program. The municipality of Jasper already offers a number of ways for residents and businesses to pay property taxes. They can do that in maybe what is the traditional manner of a lump sum at or before the tax payment deadline, or through pre-authorized payment plan. The pre-authorized payment plan sign-up form is attached to this report for council and the community's information. Many property owners, or some property owners, may choose to have their property tax payments included in their mortgage payments, in which case those are made through their mortgage holder to the municipality. But the municipality does apply penalties on past due taxes. We do that at an annual interest rate of 18%. In the report, it describes how those are applied throughout the course of the year. The Municipal Government Act provides municipal council the authority to cancel or reduce tax arrears if council, quote, considers it equitable to do so. And I highlight that because I will reference why administration is making the recommendation that we are. So each year, the municipality does see some taxes that are not paid at the deadline. That is not uncommon. That is not unique to Jasper. That happens everywhere. And it does vary from year to year. The table contained in the report shows in 2019, there was approximately $1.2 million past due in 2019. In 2020, interestingly, the amount past due is actually significantly less at just over $600,000 or $650,000. And in 2021, at the tax payment deadline, it was slightly more than 2018 at $1.8 million. Council should know that since the 2021 tax payment deadline in July, the amount of taxes that are past due has declined to approximately $278,000. So out of the total tax levy of just under $14 million, there is only $278,000 of taxes that are unpaid as of, I believe, the 23rd of September. Administration can and has worked with property owners who are significantly in arrears to make arrangements for payment. And there is a formal process under the Municipal Government Act where the municipality engages with the property owner through registered mail. And if no arrangements are made following that process, the municipality can move on to a tax sale, which I've seen. I have seen tax sales proceed I have seen the tax sale process started every year in other municipalities. It is very rare where a property goes to tax sale, where it actually is sold, because most often the property owner or the mortgage holder on the property will pay the taxes rather than have the municipality sell the property. But there is a process for that under the Act. And to my knowledge, municipal administration here has never sold a property through a tax sale. But again, that's in my limited knowledge. So to be clear, nearly all property taxes for the 2021 year have been paid. It is administration's view, and again, I'll be clear, that's just administration's view, and council may take a different view, but it's administration's view that it appears that there's little benefit to offering a broad-based tax deferral program because nearly all the 2021 taxes have been paid, and there are, in essence, deferral options available to taxpayers should they wish to access them, including those discussions with administration to make arrangements for arrears. Administration consider what might be an alternate to tax deferral if it isn't providing maybe the benefit or the opportunity that council is looking for. We did consider whether council could offer taxpayers who are currently past due an opportunity to defer their payments to a later date, which is possible. But the key would be, and this is the question for council, does council wish to waive penalties? Because that is really the central point here. A taxpayer could choose to pay their taxes over the next number of months or years and be essentially in arrears, but there would be penalties that would accumulate on that. So administration considered whether council might like to offer those taxpayers that are in arrears in 2021 an opportunity to defer their payments without accumulating penalties. As contained in the report, if council wished to off the current cost of waiving all penalties owing on the 2021 levies that are currently past due, that 278,000 as I referenced, the cost of that could be up to approximately $78,000. Or If council chose to only waive future penalties from October, November, and December, so that taxpayers didn't incur any additional penalties for these final 3 months of the year, the cost of that would be approximately $18,000. To be clear, and I'm not certainly not trying to overstate this, but I want to own up when administration is telling council not to take an action. And again, council has legitimate and legal actions if they wish to. But administration doesn't recommend council pursue this approach because it doesn't appear to be equitable to the nearly 98% of taxpayers who have in fact paid their taxes on time. But if council wished to proceed with a waiver of penalties, our recommendation would be that the most equitable approach would be to do so for all properties that are currently past due, rather than trying to establish an income-based approach, which would really sort of further narrow the number of properties that might qualify unreasonably. If council said, this relief applies to all properties that are currently past due, those 2% of properties that are currently past due, then it would be applied equally to all of them, and that may be seen to be more equitable. It would also be less burdensome and resource intensive for administration to implement if it was just applied at a blanket approach like that. The other piece of context here, appreciating the $278,000, council can see that in context of the overall tax levies. It's also important to note that that amount does not reflect a significantly large number of individual taxpayers. There are some larger bills in that amount and some smaller bills in that amount. And so when council is considering how any waiver of penalties might apply, you should know that it would apply to a relatively small number of taxpaying properties. There is one property that is approximately 50%, just under 50% of that 278,000 owing. And so the benefit again would be quite narrow in terms of who it would apply to. So with that, I'll just open up to any questions and cycle back for the reasons contained in the report, recognizing that 98% of taxpayers have paid their 2021 taxes on time. Administration is recommending that it would not be equitable to provide that relief to the 2% of taxpayers who haven't paid. But if council wish to, there are alternatives contained in the report, which are certainly within your authority and discretion to implement.
Thank you for that. And I'm sure that there's lots of questions to be asked. I have one right off the bat, just as a point of clarity, and I'm not sure if this is just kind of a naive question, but our tax requisition was like in the ballpark of $8 million as far as taxes levied from the community. And the numbers that are presented in front of us, does that include other requisitions for the province and or utilities?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor.
Excluding utilities.
Not utilities, but so this reflects the municipal taxes levied as well as the amount that we levy on behalf of the other parties, such as the government of Alberta.
And that's what I deciphered through the wording. However, what are the penalties owed to the province for arrears? Should that be something under our control, or is it? And I don't have the policy in front of me. So if we're left holding the purse on those extra taxes and arrears to the province, then we should be collecting it for the province. But is it within our jurisdiction to penalize any late fees for the province?
So thanks very much, Councillor DeMota. The municipality ensures that our requisitions are paid fully in time. We're not in arrears to the province, and so there are no penalties there. The penalties that are owing are strictly municipal penalties because we make sure that our bills are paid to the province. Actually, the province makes sure that our bills to them are paid.
Okay, well, I appreciate that clarification, and I open this item up for discussion. Who would like to start? Any questions from council? Councillor Butler.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Mr. Gibbon, the second page, Unpaid taxes when compared to 2019, 221 saw just under $100,000 more unpaid taxes than in 2019, but it looks to me like it's $600,000 more when I compare the 1.25 million with the 1.85 million. Am I
You are
confused?
100% correct, Councillor Butler. That is an error on my part and a typo. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks very much. So it's much more than $200,000 difference. My concern is with what is clear in the diagram, but has not been mentioned, that the relatively low amount of outstanding payments in 2020 of $650,000 was on September 2nd, whereas the much larger amount of $1.8 million was on July 16th. And that is an extremely important differentiation, because last year council directed that penalties would not be applied until September 2nd. This year in June, we asked for this issue to be raised, and I believe the intent at that time was to consider whether it was appropriate to apply a similar deferral to what we did last year, recognizing that businesses were no better off this year than last year, but we didn't do that. So my concern is with the amount of penalties that will have been paid between July 16th and September 2nd of this year, where if we had applied a similar deferral, those residents would have been protected from those penalties. So I appreciate the suggestion that what we should do here is do nothing, but I'm very concerned that we did nothing. And I think what we ought to have done, and this is just a ball that got dropped in my particular view collectively, is I think we should have applied a similar deferral to September 2nd, and I think that would change this picture. So I think we ought to consider retroactively taking that action. I think we could do that. I think it would still be equitable, and it would put those taxpayers who found difficulty in paying taxes on July 16th, but have subsequently managed to do so. It would exempt them from those penalties and put them on the same footing with taxpayers last year. So while I'm prepared to accept that as of now, no action moving forward might be appropriate, I'm concerned with the penalties that have been applied in that intervening time period. And I think residents, given the difficult economic circumstances, deserve the same consideration this year as we provided them last year. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Butler. Councillor Journeau, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor Demota, and thanks, Mr. Gibbon, for this report. My concern is with the rate of interest charge at 18%. There hasn't been a high interest rate like that for decades, except for credit cards. I think that in the spirit of equity here, I wouldn't want to see a waiving of fees, because that's becomes a matter of equity. But I think if we reduce the interest rate to a more appropriate level, the people who can't pay their taxes, have to pay us interest. But I think the rate of 18% is a little excessive. It quickly makes it difficult for them. Those people that can't pay their taxes are the ones that are suffering from COVID. So if we're saying we're going to provide COVID relief and then turn around and charge 18% month after month, it adds up very quickly. So I think consideration should be made to reviewing that rate. Thank you.
Those are both very good points that have been made. And one observation that, I'd like to keep front is that, there's municipal cash flow that's affected by payments in arrears, and as well as, interest on the municipality money in the bank, so to speak, just to make it simple and clear. So there's got to be something attached to, you know, anything outstanding. However, you know, I do agree. I believe that, you know, up until December 31st, that the penalties are quite small and might be in line with what the banks are charging for interest. But after that, I think in the past that that 18% has been more of an incentive to get your taxes, you know, done by, you know, maybe your year end, but at the same time before we start getting further into the hole. So I would like to see some more discussion and have some more discussion around that percentage as well. Anyone else to add to the discussion? Councillor Wilson.
If we were to retroactively relieve penalties for any you know, for any taxpayer who were charged them, how is this equitable to taxpayers that paid taxes and weren't charged any penalties? Councillor Butler, it's your, I would get directed towards you just because you made the comment.
I agree, absolutely. That's a problem. What I'm concerned about is equity between what we did last year with full intent of relieving some of the burden and giving people a longer time to pay, and what I believe we intended when we discussed this in June. I believe our intent was, and maybe I'm the only one that had that intent in my mind, but I thought our intent at that time was recognizing that we had provided relief in 2020, that we should be prepared to provide relief in 2021 as well. And we didn't then do that. So taxpayers were telling us, we were hearing that 2021 was, if anything, a more difficult year to deal with their tax bills. And the numbers demonstrate that that is in fact the case. So there will never, no solution that we could provide will offer full equity from all sides. There's no, there won't happen. And I, as I've stated, I'm concerned that we didn't take an action that I think we should have, but I believe we could now do so retroactively. To provide relief or deferral always creates an inequity in a sense for those people who have already paid. So we did that last year. We said, look, we're going to give you 6 weeks longer to pay. And in a sense, that wasn't fair to those people who stepped up and paid by the July 16th deadline. So there was arguably an inequity there, but I have an easier time getting my head around that inequity than to see that we have assessed quite a lot of penalties in a very difficult year between the middle of July and the beginning of September. So I see your point, but I'm still more comfortable if we were to mirror our efforts of last year. I want to make one more point just right now about that 18%. It's actually incorrect in this report to refer to that as an interest rate. It's not an interest rate, it's a penalty. So we should not really in our minds compare that to what interest rates are. It's a penalty. It's a percentage, but not an interest rate.
I appreciate that clarification, Councillor Butler. And I think there is a relation to borrowing money and having money, you know, in arrears. So when it comes to that, I do agree with you. It is a penalty, and right now, maybe considering our circumstances, like Councillor Jeannot said, could be a little harsh for some. So I do appreciate the fact that we did move the yardstick, so to speak, last year, so to help some out with you know, some arrears, and at the same time we didn't this year. So there's never been benefit or a bonus given to anybody paying their taxes on time in the past, and nor should I think that that could happen now. At the same time, though, for those that got it in on time and we didn't move that yardstick, at what balance do we try to, compensate? And like you said, Councillor Butler, it is tricky. So I don't know if anybody else has any further thoughts on that. Your Worship, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. I want to return to that question of equity, but I wonder whether I might first begin with a question through you to Mr. Given. You indicate, Mr. Given, in the second paragraph on page 2 of the report, in the final sentence, that occasionally taxpayers make arrangements directly with municipal administration regarding overdue taxes. Can you tell us what the nature of those arrangements might be, and the latitude that administration has to deal with the so-called one-offs?
Deputy Mayor Demota, to Mayor Ireland's question, I am going to ask Ms. Melnichuk to speak to that. She informs me that this happens very infrequently. I think she had suggested that there might have been 2 situations like that over her time in her role. But Ms. Melnichuk, can you speak to when administration makes arrangements with the taxpayer to pay their arrears, what that might look like typically?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Given. Can you hear me okay? Yes, so you're correct. Only a couple times in my position that I've had to deal with clients, they are given the opportunity to enter through the agreement when we contact them to tell them that they are past due, and they may choose to or choose not to go through the program and work with us. So that is currently the only couple that I've had to deal with in the past 6 years.
Well, thank you for that. I'm just more curious, though, about the particulars of what those arrangements might be. So, for example, a taxpayer in arrears, could they quantify the arrears and penalties to a particular date and then move forward with a scheduled repayment plan that includes interest as interest on an accumulation of taxes and penalties, but at a different rate? Does administration have that sort of latitude in dealing with individual taxpayers who are in arrears?
Deputy Mayor, through to your worship, there is a program put into place where we do projections of what they might be looking at also in the coming months, while they might have other penalties come due, say in the next year, not penalties, sorry, levies come due in the next year, or their utilities that might come due in that time as well. So they're all kind of factored into the payment plan so that when they come out, they would be looking at coming out on top of the situation rather than accumulating more during the time. So that is a factored in.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Chair, if I could then just comment on the other question that has arisen. I am inclined toward the retroactive relief suggested, which would, I presume, mean that those who paid late but did pay and paid penalties would be eligible for a rebate of penalties, and those who have not yet paid would get relief for the period of deferral. And I agree that that had been my understanding of our intent in the spring, and we didn't quite perfect that. In terms of equity, it is difficult to know exactly what that looks like, but it doesn't necessarily mean equal. And so I think we have come to learn through the pandemic that The impacts of the pandemic have been disproportional on some businesses, and therefore I do not think it's inequitable to have somewhat disproportional relief. There will be those taxpayers who paid on time, and perhaps it was difficult for them, but may have had the means to do so, and others simply did not. And when we look at relief, I think we have to reflect on the fact that not every taxpayer has been put in the same situation. So equity is not the same as treating everybody exactly equally. It is in fact treating people the way they need to be treated given the circumstances. So yes, I agree that not everyone will get equal treatment if we move retroactively to grant relief where it is needed. But that doesn't mean that it's not a way to achieve overall fairness to some extent. So I am inclined with that suggestion that we look at that, but it would mean, I think necessarily, rebates for those who paid penalties during the period that we might determine to be now subject to retroactive deferral. That said, I think it's still a reasonable course of action.
Thank you for that. I think it's good insight. Would anybody like to add to that? Councillor Journeau?
Thank you. So I'd like to go back to the penalties of 18%. And I don't like to have to ask for the specifics, but I need clarification. So when and how frequently on a late payment of taxes is the 18% applied?
Go ahead, Mr. Given.
Yeah, thanks very much. And thanks, Councillor Jeannot, for bringing up the question so we can provide some additional clarification. So the 18% that's referenced in the report, and unfortunately, if I didn't make that clear enough, my apologies, Council. So the 18% only begins to be applied in taxes that are past due in January. So if somebody hasn't paid their 2021 taxes by the time January of 2022 rolls around, then we begin to apply the 18%. For the months from July to December of the current year, we apply a 3% penalty rate. So I appreciate that in the report that wasn't explained as clearly as it could have been. So there really is what I would call an escalation of the penalty. If somebody is simply past due from between the July and December of that current tax year, it's a 3% rate. If it is goes into the next calendar year, then that 18% rate is applied. So I hope that provides the additional clarity that's helpful to Council.
Go ahead, Councillor Journeau.
Well, thank you. But if I think there's some inequity there. If you're applying 3% for July 31st and applying again 3% to a different customer on November 30th, that's inequity. Shouldn't there be a charge, an escalating charge for the late fee? In other words, you seem to indicate that it's 3% penalty for July, but another client would get 3% as well. Well, to me, that's inequity. The guy who paid early should not have to pay the same 3% as the guy who's going to pay late.
Is it 3%?
18%?
Sorry.
So is it 3%? How frequently? Like, are you doing 3% per month? Like, you're still
3% per month. Yes.
So that's 36% per year. So that's getting to a higher rate of interest. Now I kind of get to understand why these people who are forced to have to with late payment are complaining about the high rate of interest. That's excessive. There's a word in ancient times for people who charge excessive interest rates, isn't there? Not very nice. I think that should be reviewed. It should be, I just think that's excessive.
Well, I think that the point that Mr. Given was making, just to keep the debate at our level, is that, 3% per month, I think is a little bit of an incentive for people to pay, and it's not a high one, but I mean, it's to encourage payment as far as, you know, that penalty goes. And then going on to the new year, that's already, it's become compounded, particularly for monies that the municipalities has already paid forward to, you know, other agencies. So, you know, it's definitely a burden that's, you know, within the money that is on hold from the municipality. So that's money that the municipality could be continuing to gain interest on. So I think it's almost a break-even thing in my point of view. Councillor Butler.
Thank you. I just think we need to keep our terms clear before things get reported inaccurately. 3% a month is not 36%. It doesn't work. 3% a month is 3% a month. It doesn't add up to 30% a year.
At the end of 12 months, it does.
No, it doesn't. I don't want the suggestion that the municipality is charging someone 30% a year for unpaid taxes. 3% a month is like any other rate. It's just 3% a month. Yes, you will pay 3% in month 2 on the 3% that you paid the month before, but that still doesn't ever make 36%. So we just need to not project inaccuracies. Thank you.
Yes, so I totally understand what you're saying. So if you owe $1,000, you'll owe $1,030 the next month, and then you'll owe 3% on 1,030, which will make whatever amount is. So it's not 6% the next month. So I see what you're saying, and that's clarifying a little bit of the confusion there. Did Councillor Jean like to?
Yes, I have to continue the calculation for 12 months and see what it adds up. It's 36%. That's my point.
Okay, it might be a different way of doing math from what I understand, and I could be confused, and I apologize for that. A couple of us aren't seeing it that way, and looks like some of us might be trying that math out. Councillor McGrath, did you have anything to? I thought I saw your hand up.
No, I didn't raise my hand, but thank you, Councillor Demota, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Demota. I'm happy to move forward with the recommendation that administration has presented and leave the one-off scenarios of struggling businesses to approach administration and have administration come up with solutions to meet the needs of those individual businesses and those individual residents as administration sees fit, and as we have in the past had administration come to us to seek relief when necessary. I believe administration would bring it to the council table if there needed to be waived fees or I can't remember the exact terminology that we use when we actually pass motions to relieve certain taxpayers of their money in arrears.
Okay, I appreciate that, and we've had some good debate and discussion on it. I think that there have been some inequities, and I like the recommendation from administration. I know you had just said, Councillor McGrath, that you would like to go forward with that. Did you say move forward? Do you have a motion on the table? Is that what your intent is? I'm a motion seeker, so.
Sure. I'm happy to move
Sure.
that, Deputy Mayor Demota.
Okay, Councillor Butler. Councillor Butler, you had your hand up. Do you have a point of order or information to add?
No, I was going to offer to make a motion, but I think Councilor McGrath was going to do that, so that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we do have a motion on the floor now, and the motion is that council, that committee, receive this report for information. Is there any debate or further clarification needed for that motion? Councillor Butler.
Sorry, no, I'll pass for the moment.
Your worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. Although not part of the motion itself, I understood Councillor McGrath to suggest that if the motion is carried, that is, that we receive the report for information, that would leave the ball in the court of administration and interested taxpayers to work out directly between them some sort of adjustments. And if that is the intent, I am still unclear about what relief, apart from extended payments, can be offered by administration. Is there real relief that can be offered at an administrative level, or is the relief that can be offered by administration simply a protracted payment program?
Go ahead, Mr. Given.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Demota. Yes, an important point to clarify. The CAO's authority to provide any waiver only extends to $1,000. So the administrative authority to provide any actual relief other than providing a payment schedule would be limited, in my view, to that $1,000 and under. So if council wishes to provide any relief beyond $1,000, it would be outside of the administrative discretion or our delegated authority, and it would be up to council to be specific about what that would be. Administration can make arrangements for payment plans, but those payment plans would be, subject to the, the approved policies of the municipality and the bylaws.
Mr. Mayor.
If I may then speak to the motion, I'm inclined to vote against the motion on the basis that council established a COVID relief fund to offer relief. And although it is applicable in these circumstances only to what we hear is a very limited number of taxpayers, it seems to me that relief means relief. And so relieving all taxpayers of penalties for a period from July 16th to sometime in September seems an appropriate response to the fact that we set up a relief fund in any event. And I'm inclined to look at that, and I project that within the next 2 weeks, we are going to have a similar debate over utility fees and whether there ought to be rebates. And I think there should be a level of consistency how we treat taxes and tax penalties and how we treat those who have been unable potentially to pay utility fees. And so that to me means council grappling with some sort of relief given the circumstances, and not just leaving it to administration. So with all respect to Councillor McGrath for bringing forward the motion, and with respect to administration for a really strong argument about why we simply receive the report for information, I am inclined to support a later motion, if there is one, to actually grant relief and make effective use of the relief fund that we have set aside. Thank you.
Thank you for that insight, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Butler.
Thank you very much. I want to just revisit, I apologize for this, the little sparkly debate between Councillor Journeau and I. A 3% per month interest rate does not equate to a 30% interest rate. However, with the magic of compounded interest, a 3% interest rate would, over the period of a year, if someone did not make any payments and simply let the principal sit there, that over the course of the year, they would accumulate in excess of, in fact, more than 30%, 6% of the principal in penalties. So I think Councillor Jeannot and I are both equally capable of doing math, and we're just kind of talking about different things in a different way. So I apologize for my authoritarian tone there, because I don't dispute that if somebody owed $1,000 and didn't make any payments at 3% a month, they'd owe about 1,400 at the end of 12 months. So let's just set that aside, and I apologize if I spoke too firmly there. However, back to the motion, for the same reasons as Mayor Ireland, couldn't support that motion. If the motion stands, I will have to vote against it, and I will then move the committee receive the report as corrected and direct administration to retroactively apply deferral of penalties for taxes unpaid between July 16th and September 2nd. And I'm wondering if that is what Councillor McGrath was thinking of, or if she really does prefer that council take no action.
Well, I have some questions before I go back to you, Councillor McGrath, and maybe I don't want to catch Mr. Given offside. But we've only had a couple of instances in the past where it's come to this, and I'm just wondering, with the COVID relief fund, if there's a discrete way for people that can't pay to be able to apply, and it not becoming that public, because we've had instances before where people have written to us when something, there was an inability to go ahead with something or pay something, and that's come to administration and worked out, regardless if there was any relief or not. So I'm just wondering, could we provide that opportunity, because we have that relief fund, for anybody that has the inability to pay, before I go back to Councillor McGrath? We don't have policy, I guess.
Yeah, I would be very concerned about council giving anything less than clear and specific direction when it comes to varying how much we require taxpayers to pay. This is in the council realm. The Act provides you the ability to vary what you choose to collect. I think administration needs to follow very explicit directions because we would want to ensure that we are viewed to be treating all taxpayers exactly the same and exactly consistent with administrative direction. I would not apply any variance outside of my delegated authority of $1,000 and outside of helping people make payment arrangements without explicit council direction. I think that is just the best and most transparent way and most consistent way to ensure that there is public trust in our administrative processes.
Okay, that's good. And sorry for interrupting the flow of conversation there and debate. Councillor McGrath, please follow up on what Councillor Butler had suggested.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. And I have to apologize because I've had children in and out of my space while I've been trying to listen to the other points being made by others, and I have been a little bit distracted, but I certainly understand and am empathetic to the fact that there has been various taxpayers in Jasper that have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19 and closures. And I would assume that the way in which the motion is, that the recommendation is presented from administration, that it does allow administration to work with people for payment plan options, but that, of course, if there's another suggestion presented by Councillor Butler or Mayor Ireland or anyone that feels that they have a solution that they would like to put either as a friendly amendment into my motion or otherwise, I'm certainly open to all ideas.
Okay, so we do have, technically, we have your motion on the floor and Councillor Butler introduced something else. Now, was that in your intention, Mr. Butler, was that a friendly amendment to what Councillor McGrath had proposed, or is that in place of?
Thank you. I think that would be Councillor McGrath's judgment or your own. The motion I would make would be substantially different. So I myself would not suggest it be taken as a friendly amendment, but it wouldn't be up to me.
Okay, would you be able to repeat what you said again, just so that we both have clarity on what your intentions are?
Well, I'm happy to do so, but we do have a motion on the table, so I don't want to be seen to be trying to overstep Councillor McGrath. But as you've asked me to read what I would move, if I were,
so this is going to be a motion. Okay, Councillor McGrath. Sorry, sorry.
We can stick to process and call my motion and see how it results, and then we can move forward.
But okay, so procedurally, if it gets moved forward and or defeated, if it gets defeated, then I don't think we're allowed to bring this up for discussion for a year. So technically, Mr. Given?
Sure, Deputy Mayor Demota, just in terms of procedure, council, so the motion is to receive the report for information. Council could choose to do that, and that would happen. Council has received the report, they have it for information. If council takes no further action after that, the issue would be dead and there would be no further action happening.
Okay.
So if the motion fails and somebody chooses to suggest a different action, then that can happen as well. Council can't reconsider the same motion. So council couldn't come back and have a vote on receiving this report for information again next year.
I get that. And okay,
a different motion could come to the floor.
I get that, and I did remind myself just now that we are meeting as committee. So this is just receiving information. So technically, we're not making a decision on anything moving forward. So we do have a motion on the floor, and that is that committee received this report for information. Is there any further debate on that? Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. Just in perhaps the vain hope of having us get to the end of this topic earlier, I would propose to Councillor McGrath for her consideration a friendly amendment as follows: that committee received this report for information, and that committee recommend council approve waiving penalties on past due taxes for the period of July 16th to September 30 of 2021. It adds to it, but it doesn't, it's not opposed to the motion, which is simply a motion to receive a report. But then what are we going to do with it? So we've got the report. The report suggests doing nothing. I'm suggesting that we can read it to do something. But I leave it again, as Councillor Butler attempted to do, as something that is within the discretion of Councillor McGrath to accept as a friendly amendment or not.
Councillor McGrath?
I accept your friendly amendment, Mayor Ireland.
Okay. Councillor Wilson?
Just for clarification, Mayor Ireland, did I hear you say September? September or December? So are we? Are you suggesting that we refund penalties up until September, or not instate penalties until December 31st?
I believe I said September. It was my intent to say September. So consistent with the deferral and the waiver of penalties that we did last year. The deferral not being necessary at this time, but the waiver of penalties being the critical component. So for that period from when taxes were due to that period in September is my suggestion.
And is the intent with that friendly amendment that anybody that has been penalized in that time be refunded for their penalties? Okay, so that's understood. Does everyone understand the motion? And administration has that recorded? Okay, before I call it, Councillor Journeau would like to contribute.
So September 30th or September 1st? September 30th, is that the date?
September 30th is the date.
Thank you very much.
All right, now that it's all understood, I'm calling the question. All in favor? Okay, I think we've lost Councillor Kelleher, MP. So anyway, regardless, for those that are here, that was
Deputy Mayor
carried.
Demota, I think I saw Councillor Kelleher MP vote in the affirmative, but I didn't count all council votes.
Oh.
You may need to also ask for those opposed, if there were.
Okay. Any opposed? That's one opposed. Okay. For some reason, Councillor Kelleher MP has fallen off my main screen, so I'm sorry for that. I've moved my screens over, so I'm not sure that captures everyone. I'll find a way to resort that. In that event, we are at 11:47. I'm looking to council. Oh, sorry. Is there any further discussion to be had, or any other motions or requests to be made on the COVID relief item 7.3? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. Just a point of clarification. I know there is a reference in the report that we just dealt with about relief from or tax utility rate rebates, which was a direction that council gave to administration. And I just want to confirm that that matter will come back before council at some future opportunity. I just asked that question through you to Mr. Given to confirm that that debate is yet to be had.
Deputy Mayor Demota, to Mayor Ireland, yes, that's correct, Mayor Ireland. That is still on our motion action list. Administration intends to bring that forward at our next committee of the whole meeting, which will be the last one of the council term.
Thank you for that.
All right. Councillor Butler.
Thank you very much. I would like to make one point. There has been some conversation, some reference in this conversation to the COVID relief fund. My interpretation of this motion is that it will not have an impact on the COVID relief fund if administration feels that the COVID relief fund needs to be part or be involved in the motion that was just made. I would think that should come back to council.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. We will make sure that that clarity is provided. There is no funding source for the $78,000 existing within administration. And so we will provide that clarity that might have been missing from this report. The only funding source available for this would be from the COVID relief reserve. But we will amend the report to make sure that that's clear when it comes to council.
Councillor Butler. Thank you, Mr. Given.
Well, thank you. It's not, I don't think we are talking about $78,000. I think we are talking about the interest on the taxes that were paid between July 16th and September 30th, which the numbers I'm looking at would be about $1.5 million. And then there would be 3% interest accrued over part of 2 months on that. But my point would be that I don't believe that those penalties would have been budgeted for. So I believe that that the income from those penalties would be over and above budget. And therefore I don't see why they would need to be funded from reserves. So that is where I'm going with this. Thank you.
Okay, well, there's certainly some hidden costs there and accrued hidden costs. So if it's costing the municipality some money, we should look down the road how we are going to fund that. Any other discussion on 7.3? Okay, before we move to potentially another break here, I was wondering if we could go ahead with the information received for agenda item 7.4 and see where we're at with the discussion. I'd like to review that, if that's okay with the rest of council. So we're here. The noise level research in regards to the skate park relocation proposal. Mr. Given.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Demota. I believe Mr. Greathead is still here. He can present the details because he did the research, but this rises as a result of council asking the question in relationship to the potential relocation of the skate park to Diamond C. There was a question raised about whether noise levels might make that an inappropriate location. Council directed administration to find additional information to provide context, and Mr. Greathead has done that work, and so I'll let him describe what he's done.
That's great, thank you. Please go ahead, sir.
Morning again, council. I did, we had purchased a decibel meter so that we can actually have a definitive value. And the more, I just want to point out, sound is a very subjective thing. I was just looking up decibels on Wikipedia, and I was quite surprised on just how interpretive even a calibrated measurement can come into play. So what I did was I just tried to get some random samples using our machine and see what some of the common values were. The existing metal skate park, it is by its nature quite a bit noisier than a concrete. I did measure the one at when I was up in Fox Creek earlier this summer, and I did get a sound reading from between 61 and 72 decibels during the time that I was there. And the existing metal skate park, I'm coming in right now between 68 and 83 when I visited that site. So the proposed construction is quite a bit quieter than the metal structure that we use. And then I did some other just base measurements. The kids playing out in the playground, they were, over a 25-minute period, they were, there was anywhere from 52 to 91 decibels that I received. The playoff game at Centennial Park, I went on a Sunday. I probably should have went on the Saturday night. I know it was a much more boisterous crowd on the Saturday night as opposed to the Sunday morning, but there I recorded 66 to 96 decibels. And discussing this further with New Line Skate Parks, Trevor, he's the designer that's been working with the Jasper Skate Park Society. He said that there's been quite often some of these pushback in different communities, citing whether it was too close to a hospital, too close to a nursing home, or some sort of other type of care facility. And he said that it's consistent that they face a little bit of, I'd say, skepticism and concern about the volume of the skate parks. And he said, but by and large, they're, he said, almost universally accepted and are welcomed after they're in place. And the concerns seems to have really died down. And he said that he can, if we progress further with this, he would be able to provide some letters of support again for council and some of the other communities that they've had experience in, but I didn't think it was relevant at this point. And given the volume of the skate park, and it's already a public park with a playground, with the ball diamonds in there, I don't see that this would require any further noise mitigation concerns or measures to be taken place. And I guess that's really all that I have to say about this report.
Well, I certainly appreciate the time and effort that's gone behind this. I got you, Councillor Jeanot, I'll get to you right away. I just wanted to say thank you for that and the criteria. I was going to ask if your decibel meter had a radar detector function on it, but that's for a later discussion. I was hoping we got a 2-in-1 there. Councillor Journeau.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate what Mr. Grayson has said. I have also done some observation of skate parks when I have traveled, and the new modern concrete base do not have the hollow sound that we've experienced in many other skate parks. The one in Hinton, right next to the arena there, and the one in Edson's a little hard to reach at. But I have been by them, and I would agree that we do not need any other sound mitigating buffing device, because I think that the seniors will be very appreciative of the activity and be able to observe activity there instead of plain grass, and the sound will be secondary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Journeau. Councillor Wilson, did I see your hand up? I wasn't sure, sorry. I didn't want to put you on the spot.
I'll chime in there.
Okay.
Just because it's on the agenda in front of us right now, is there any progress regarding the skate park and the skate park committee that you can relay to us? It seems that this is a kind of an agenda item that keeps coming up, but then very little progress, unfortunately. Is there anything that council can jump on? I feel that we have to assist this project a little bit more than we have. I hope that we don't see this in 2 years, as a reoccurring item on our agenda, and hoping we can kind of help push this thing along.
Good point. Councillor Wilson, or Mr. Given.
Yeah, thanks very much. So my understanding is that the skate park committee is still waiting on the results of their grant application. And so the municipality of Jasper's money that this council has committed, the $300,000, is in the municipal budget and will be available to the committee, subject to the decision making on the provincial grant that they applied for. My understanding is that it could be up until the end of this year before we have clarity on whether or not that grant was approved. And at that time, the skate park committee would be able to make some decisions, and administration will work very closely with them to bring back to council any information that would arise as a result of that provincial grant decision. But we are not at this time in the driver's bus on that. And I don't believe that there's any political pressure that council could apply. I think that's a bureaucratic process within the province in terms of assessing the grant applications that they receive and then making decisions and then ultimately announcing them.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Given. And before I go forward, I just wanted to remind Councillors that your mic is still on. I don't know if yours was a follow-up. I had Councillor Keller-Rempe with her hand up. Go ahead, Councillor Keller-Rempe.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota, to you, to Mr. Greathead. Diamond C, can you refresh my memory on where exactly in the ball diamonds that is that would be creating the potential site for the skateboard park?
Mr. Greathead.
It's the smaller diamond that's been rendered unusable because of the installation of the soccer field. So it's not a playable surface. Last year, we were asked if it would be possible to put some horseshoe pits in there, just to add for an outdoor activity. We did put those in, but we did make them so that they were definitely replaceable and removable. That was our intent because we weren't sure what was going to happen with that. And so it's where those horseshoe pits would go, or sorry, the relocation is where the horseshoe pits currently exist.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, sorry, there was just a bit of a follow-up. So thank you for that. 300,000 for the municipality we have kind of set aside, ready to commit. The grant itself, could you tell me what the amounts would be if we get a certain grant? And then private, just looking to see if the numbers are there, if all kind of stars align, are we ready to move forward on it? I think so. There was a private commitment, as well as the grant, or is the grant upwards of 300,000 as well? And what is the private commitment?
So if I may, just because I had a little bit of involvement with the skate park committee, or unless Mr. Gibbon wants to chime in, I just wanted to say that the CFEP grant is matching half of the monies up to $1 million. So assuming that if our project was $2 million, the maximum the municipal or the skate park committee could receive was $1 million. So right now the committee, I believe the project, would just be under $1 million. So the skate park committee would have to come up with 400 and something thousand dollars, which I believe at least more than half has been made up already. Mr. Gibbon? Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Demota, or Deputy Mayor Demota. So that was the CFEP, yes, but I think you also know of, I think, a group that's privately committed monies if we were to be able to move forward.
Yeah, collectively, that money, whatever the skate park committee has received, has qualified to make their proposal for the CFEP grant. So everything is lined up. So there's no shortfalls at this time until the project moves forward, and we need to put the money. They need to put the money aside for that. Is it a bit clear? Okay. All right. So we have this information before us. Unless there's any further discussion or clarification for more information, could I have a motion to receive this document as information? Okay. Councillor Whistler, you're moving that? Okay. All in favor? Okay, again, I think the mayor's fallen off my screen there. I think your hand was up. For some reason on my Zoom, I used to have all of council on one screen, and now it's kind of rotated out. I'm not sure why that's occurring, but I'll just deal with it. All right, so I believe that that's been moved and carried. Now we are approaching, thank you very much, Mr. Greathead, for all that information. And I hope the committee has success with that going forward. I apologize again if I'm getting jumpy and wanting to move forward with the business. We're at 12 o'clock. Normally, I think we would talk about breaking for a lunch break. We've got 4 more items to review as business, 3 for sure. Where does council feel good about moving forward? Should we just take a 10-minute break, or do we break for lunch? Does anybody have any requests or ideas? Councillor Keller-Rampy?
How about a 20-minute break for lunch?
20? All right. I got a 1 thumbs up. Is everyone okay with that? Can we do 20 minutes? We'll come back at 25 after 12. Okay, we'll see you then. For those of you watching, that's when we'll be back. Thank you. Do 12. But I found that if I pin someone and unpin them, they're back on the main gallery view. So, like I said, mine only holds 12. So I'll just have to work with that. And if I see someone disappear, I'll pin them down. All right, well, I've seen all of council show up and one of us flashed in and out, but I believe are there. It is 12:25 and I'd like to call the meeting back to order. It is now 12:25. We have finished discussion on 7.4 and that brings us to 7.5, policy and development review. We've got an attachment there for internal fiscal controls and reporting. I'll start with you, Mr. Given.
Sure.
If you've had time to finish up there.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Demota. I will be backed up. I believe Ms. Malinchuk is here, at least for a little bit. I know that she does have a medical appointment. And so you may be stuck with me when you would prefer to have her, but that's okay. The policy is here as a result of Council's commitment to ongoing policy work. And specifically the Council had identified the fiscal controls policy B009 as a priority as Council initiated its regular review of policies. B009 as it exists today was adopted by Council in 2010, so nearly 11 years ago. And the policy really contains some fairly high level statements, and I will apologize. The report that you see in front of you contains some placeholder text that you'll see in the background, and my apologies for that. But the policy itself that you're all familiar with is quite high level and is in alignment with what's required under the legislation. But I think Council made clear that they were looking for additional controls in the Council domain, in the policy. Where right now, a lot of the fiscal controls are in the administrative procedure. And so administration is presenting this draft internal fiscal controls and reporting policy for your consideration. At a high level, the policy is intended to provide a forum for Council here to describe your expectations around internal fiscal controls that should be maintained to ensure that taxpayer dollars are well managed, adequately controlled, and spent only as approved by Council through its budget process. Also, the policy does set out the standards of reporting that a Council wishes to see on financial matters so that you can ensure that you are informed about the financial situation of the municipality and that there is transparency in the public are informed regularly about the financial situation of the municipality. So the policy that's here is intended to address those major considerations. And obviously, all of you will have read the policy. You'll see B009 is there for your reference, as well as the draft B009, which is the longer of the two policies. I'll just make an opening observation that as it exists today, the B009 actually really has a number of statements that are more focused on procurement and maybe controls around procurement and not necessarily fiscal controls, although they would be a subset of fiscal controls, I suppose, if we wanted to think of it that way. Administration would suggest that those could be better reflected in our procurement policy, which I believe was last updated in 2019. And so administration would bring those kind of statements into a review of the procurement policy, just to make sure that those types of issues are covered off as well. So from there, Council, rather than going through the few pages of the policy line by line, because as I said, I know that you've all read it, maybe I'll cover some of the highlights. It does contain a policy statement, which at a high level describes what Council's intent is of what your policy is around fiscal controls and financial reporting, and is explicit that your desire is that the municipality should ensure that there are efficient and effective tools, processes, and practices and measures for internal fiscal controls and reporting to meet not just Council's established criteria, but also our statutory requirements under the Municipal Government Act and generally accepted accounting principles. So that policy statement sets out a high level. It gets into the purpose and guiding principles, and then under fiscal controls starts to describe in more specificity what Council sees as appropriate fiscal controls. And it does start off with the one thing that is really a holdover from our existing B009, And that is the first statement under general, or the only statement under general, that a review of fiscal procedures and their implementation shall be included in the annual external audit of the municipalities. It says council's financial operations carried out by an independent qualified auditor. So that is the overarching statement that is appropriate in our existing policy and was appropriate to carry forward. As we go on into operating budget authority, capital budget authority, and financial reporting, that's where you'll see a significant amount of the new information. The section for operating budget authority sets essentially the authority of administration and the requirement for administration to operate within budgets established and approved by council. This essentially says that council administration can't decide to set up a new program that hasn't been budgeted for by council. It makes clear that no director or manager has the authority to exceed the approved expenditure for their program without council approval. It does provide an opportunity for redeployment of budgets subject to certain approval limits. So again, not an overall increase in the budget, but a redeployment within the existing approved council budget within limits that you, council, would be in control of through this policy. Mentions that you can, point number 4, that directors or managers can reallocate within their existing budget between cost categories within a program. So not increasing the total expense of the program, but if you didn't buy so many stamps this year, but you needed more for telephone, that kind of thing, a reallocation within the program. Number 5 goes into the authority to authorize reallocation of gross expenditure between programs. So program A and program B, you didn't spend as much on program A as you might have thought, and so administration decides that it is appropriate to transfer unexpended funds in that area to program B. Again, this is not a net increase in the overall budget, and there are specific limitations to that. And as it is here, again, this is all draft, subject to council deciding what appropriate limits are, but administration is proposing that authority be the lesser of 10% of the program budget or $150,000, provided they don't affect the overall operating budget for the municipality. Again, no net increase. I just want to make clear that this is not this is talking about how much authority administration has to transfer within the approved budget, not to increase the budget, to be explicit. It talks about the differentiation of the CAO. Again, that the CAO may authorize an increase in expenditure of a program, not exceeding the lesser of 10% or 150,000. Again, that's with the assumption that it isn't an increase in the overall net budget, which had been approved by council. And then it goes on to say that if there's amount above that, number 7, any expenditures that would result in a total gross expenditure exceeding the funding available in a program by amount greater than the lesser of 10% or 150,000 requires explicit council approval. So it really sets that threshold where we have some administrative authority at the director manager level. There's increasing authority up to the CAO level. And then finally, once it gets over that level of 10% or 150,000, then it becomes council authority to approve that. And again, these are only reallocations within the overall existing municipal budget. And it also clarifies in point number 8 there that at year end, excess revenue or unexpended funds become part of municipal surplus. So there is not it makes it explicit that there is no ability for administration to carry over unexpended program funds to the next year. They become a part of the surplus, and then up to council decision making on how we utilize our surpluses. We get into capital budget authority, and again provides some delegation authority or some authority to transfer between capital projects up to certain prescribed amounts, along with specific, as long as it is in meets certain criteria, and as long as those transfers have the appropriate disclosure as described in the policy. Finally, there's a section on financial reporting, which is where council has an opportunity to lay out what its expectations are for financial reporting. It says obviously that we will meet all the requirements of the Municipal Government Act, and that we will have our audit approved by council and made available to the public before the deadline as required under the Act. That we will provide financial statements to council and the public in accordance with public sector accounting standards and generally accepted accounting principles. And the final point there defines the type of information that council wishes administration to provide on a quarterly basis. So the final point says that financial report should be presented to council on a quarterly basis and shall include a balance sheet and the revenue and expenditure statements that will include, and you can see the points there, the annual approved budget, the year-to-date actuals, the variance from actual to approved budget, statement of expenditures paid to councillors, and capital project status reports, which is where we would be able to do capital project variance reporting. So I know that that is a quick run through of a detailed policy, but I do want to acknowledge that this is here for draft, in a draft form, fully expecting that council will have feedback and direction to administration. But we wanted to ensure that you had an opportunity to have this discussion, given that this was this council's top priority for policy review. Deputy Mayor Demota, I'll pause there and open for questions and discussion. I will also be recording, attempting to record feedback. So I appreciate that there may be many adjustments. I don't know that we could take them all as motions. And so this might be an area where it'd be appropriate for council to highlight areas they have concerns, areas they'd like to have revisions, specifics, if there are changes in the amount of delegated authority, those numbers that are in there. We can record those. And I would imagine that there is a motion to direct administration to revise the internal fiscal controls based on the discussion and return to a future committee meeting of the whole. That would give us an opportunity to basically take what we hear from council and bring it back. I went in the recommendation in the report under the assumption that you'll see this and you'll think it is so perfect that you immediately want to recommend it forward to council for ultimate approval. That might have been a long shot. That's why there is the other option that's there available to you to give us direction to provide revisions based on the discussion today.
Thank you, Mr. Given. And before I move to the rest of council, I have I need some clarity on an item here. Just at number 4 under fiscal controls itself, not that I'm a fiscal hawk, or I've been asked that if I was recently, but a review of fiscal procedures and their implementation shall be included in the annual external audit of council's financial operations. Is it the intent there to have council's financial operation or the municipality's financial operations? I just need clarity.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Demota. I think we could be more precise in our language. I think the municipalities, ultimately, the operations of the municipality are subject to the budget set by council. So, but I think you're right that having that be the municipality's financial operations is more appropriate.
And I do have some questions that might pertain to actual physical procedures within our operations that could or could not be addressed here, but I will leave it up to the rest of council at this moment for some conversation and to see where it goes. Go ahead, sir.
Well, yeah, Deputy Mayor Demota, I just want to say thank you for bringing up procedures. The reason that you're not seeing procedure is because we wanted to ensure that first we got the policy right, and then we would ensure that our administrative procedures match the policy. I know that sometimes that can be a challenging interplay, what comes first. But we're taking a position that we are going to take council's direction through policy, and then we'll make sure that our procedures align with the council policy. So we didn't want to get the cart too far before the horse. And the horse here being council policy is what drives this, and we'll make sure that we're in line with the direction you set.
I believe that I understood that, and most of anything that I was going to address would fall under internal fiscal controls. And I know that I saw that none of those procedures were here, so I wasn't sure at this point whether I needed to address them or not. So I appreciate you bringing that to light. And again, we'll see where the rest of the conversation goes and the discussion. So thank you for that. Who would like to open up? Somebody have some comments or questions on what we've been given? I know where I automatically want to go. Mayor Ireland, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor DeMota. I do have a number of questions through you to Mr. Gibbon, mostly just for clarification. Beginning with the use of the term program in relation to directors. So I'm looking initially at item 2 under operating budget authority. And the word catches me a little off guard, the word program. So directors manage departments. And so I'm just not sure what is meant there. Do they have flexibility within the department judgment or the department budget? And do managers have some flexibility within programs that are part of that department budget? And does the 10% that is referenced later apply to the department budget or to a program budget? And I just need clarity on the intended wording.
Deputy Mayor DeMota, with your approval, I appreciate there'll be lots of questions and back and forth. So I certainly don't want to override the authority of the chair, but I'll maybe try to answer directly as people ask. Thanks, Your Worship. I think what you've identified is we could probably do a better job of defining program and maybe including that in the definitions, so that clarity is there. I'd suggest that a program, the director is responsible for all programs in their department. A manager is responsible for the programs, being all the services and everything within their area of control. But I appreciate that is imprecise and is not spelled out in the document. So we could provide additional detail around the definition of program.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. And no, I'm all about fluidity here, and I don't need to interject in between you answering if it provides for a quicker response. Go ahead, Councilor Butler.
Thanks. I just wasn't sure what Mayor Ireland said. I think he said he had a number of points, so I'm perfectly happy to wait until he has finished raising the issues he wanted to raise, or I'm happy to go ahead.
Yes, thank you for that, Councilor Butler. Please go ahead. I'm reevaluating on those comments by Mr. Gibbon, so I can make more intelligent questions come later, but I need some
right.
Thinking.
And likewise, because our questions will nest and many of them will be the same. So a couple of overall comments I'd like to make at the top. I think this is one of always the fiscal control policy is always one of the most important policies in the policy basket of any organization, and this one in particular. So I'm really happy to see this coming to us. Let me say, overall, I'm very happy with the direction taken here. I agree with seeing procurement managed elsewhere within the procurement policy. When we reviewed our procurement policy several years ago, even at that time, I think we identified that there was language within this policy that mirrored, though sometimes might conflict. So I completely agree with that. The drafting is clear and concise. I can understand most of it, almost all of it. So thank you for that. Just one point I would make, because it is such an important policy and one that is likely to be referred to fairly often. I would suggest that in drafting it be outline numbered. What I mean by that would be, you'd have section 3 guiding principles, and then you'd have 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. And maybe we're just not there yet, and it's by no means necessary to do that kind of nested outlining in draft format, but I think it would be important that this policy be drafted that way. So I'm going to come to a few. My first comment was going to be that I think the term program needs to be defined. And so Mayor Ireland raised that. And I agree completely, because a lot of my concerns or comments in here would really depend on what we mean when we use the term program. And I would take it one step further, that I think one thing that could be helpful is that we define in this policy that budget documents should be presented and discussed at the program level. And I think one of the things I have noticed over the past years of budget conversations is there are times when we feel there isn't enough detail, times many where we think where there's too much detail offered. And it occurs to me that we should be presented with budgeting at the program level and not really deeper unless asked. And the principle there would be when we approve budgets at the program level, then we don't need to concern ourselves with interactions between sort of sub-program levels, moving money between sub-program levels. We don't need to concern ourselves whether we're buying stamps, staples, or paper, because that's below the program level. So I think there's an opportunity to create here some clarity as to how future budget presentations would be managed and how those conversations could go. I'm not sure in operating budget authority section 3 what the word redeployment means. So I just leave that there for the moment. Broadly, on the concept of moving money between departments and between programs, this is an area that I'm very concerned about, because due to past experience over the past 4 years, I see the rationale for the kind of framework that is offered. I am not comfortable with reallocations, and maybe redeployment means the same as reallocations. I am not comfortable with reallocations made at the department or director level of 10%. Our previous, the existing policy implies, I think, a guideline of 5%, but it is not explicit. I really like that this document is very explicit. Myself, I'm feeling comfortable around conversations in the 5% area, not 10%. Secondary to that, I don't see the point of, for example, the lesser of 10% or $150,000. The amount of reallocation, I think, should be directly proportional to the size of the budget item. So why don't we just go with percentages? It keeps it simpler, and I think meets the intent of administration there. So second, falling out of that, I might be comfortable with the idea of 5% reallocations between programs, but only if that reallocation was explicitly clear to council through reporting procedures. I think that's the intent, but in the operating side of things, I'm not seeing it clearly stated, but I would want to be sure that it is the intent. I think it's very important that if council has approved a program at a certain level and another program at a level, and money is moved between them, that council knows that that has happened in that year, because that understanding could be impactful on future budget year discussions. So if we approve a program to be $200,000 and we move $20,000 out of that because we didn't need it, that might have an effect on our conversations in the next year about what those two programs should be budgeted at in the following year. And I don't think we have always seen that. So I would want to make sure that reporting is clear. excuse me a moment, and I know I'm running through all of these things. Mr. Given, jump in if you wish to express any views, but.
Well, I was gonna, while you're doing that, just for some clarity, Mr. Given, I was just wanted to ask for the information that's presented in front of us with percentages and that, is that common practice in other areas? And I know, again, I don't think that the stuff that shows up in front of us is just arbitrarily thrown in there. So there is some reasoning behind what you've given us, and add to what Councillor Butler has just asked.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. You know, I think this is a matter of preference. You know, Councillor Butler's point of view that the dollar values may not be as useful as the percentage values. I think I would broadly agree that it would be helpful for administration if it was just the percentage values. But a council may wish to have specific, you know, sort of maximum amounts there. You know, 10% of a, you know, well, I guess, you know, 10% of $1 million, that, you know, it'd have to be a $1.5 million program to hit that threshold. I don't know whether council's comfortable with that or not. And we could propose it the other way, that it was just a percentage amount. But I think that we've included both out of an abundance of caution, so that if council wished to have both measures in there, they could. If council chose to reduce it just to the percentage basis, that would be fine with administration as well. I did want to just address, I'm curious how council would feel if this is strong enough. It does. So I appreciate what Councillor Butler was saying about the transparency of any reallocations. And to be clear, I would interpret, and I think we should change the word redeployed to be reallocated, so it is clear about what we mean. And so I've highlighted that. But point number 3 under operating budget authority says that budgets may be, let's say, reallocated, subject to the following approval limits and subsequent reporting to council through the vehicle of the quarterly reporting financial status. So there is a commitment up front that while council through this policy may provide this operating authority to administration, administration is still responsible for regularly reporting that use of that authority to council on a quarterly basis. So it is there. I wonder if it's strong enough. I mean, now that council's seen it, and we sort of put the spotlight on it, I'd be curious what council thinks is if that's a strong enough description of how administration must report the use of this operating authority back to you.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Councillor Butler. I'll let you finish up and then we'll go back to Mayor Ireland. But was your intention to have an automatic trigger come to council as notification when there's a change, or would that be sufficient in what you're asking?
Well, thanks very much, and I see the point there. So again, if these things were outline numbered, then it would be clearer to me that the following items were subject to that one. And now that you've clarified that when you talk about when we're using the word redeployed, it's the same as reallocated, then my answer would be yes. If administration reallocates between programs and that reallocation is evident and made clear in the subsequent quarterly report, then subject to whatever quantum of reallocation we're comfortable with, and I'm suggesting I might be comfortable with 5%, just speaking for myself, then yes, I think that's absolutely there. So good, I'm glad to see that point. I think we're on the same page there. I don't know if you'd like me to continue or run through the rest of my items or wait. Deputy Mayor.
Well, if there's some congruency to the process, I know that Mayor Ireland wasn't finished his initial thoughts, but if it's going to wrap things up with your line of thinking, then that's fine before we go back. Or we can come back.
So then I'm looking at operating budget authority point 6, where the CAO can authorize gross expenditures exceeding funding available in a program by some amount. Again, I'd argue not 10%. I think we would need to have an understanding of where that money would be coming from, because what I see there sounds to me like an authority simply to exceed budget. And I don't think that's what we mean. So I would want to see a little more clarity there.
Go ahead, Mr. Given, if you want to follow up on a point of clarity there.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, Councillor Butler, because as I was interpreting it, and this is we want to make sure there's not different interpretations, and so I think getting this kind of clarity is good. I would have seen that as sort of points 4 through 6 are really progressive authority to reallocate within the existing budget. So a director or manager can reallocate within their individual program, postage stamps to telephone. That's fine as long as they're not exceeding the budget for that program. A director may authorize the reallocation of gross expenditures between programs, Program A and Program B, it can be authorized by the Director of Finance and Administration. So again, that's between programs. The CAO can also reallocate gross expenditures, exceeding the available funding in a program, but not the overall municipal budget. So if I would appreciate if council had a better way to describe this. Like, it looks like progressive, enabling. And by the time it gets to the CAO level, if I judge that there was good reason to do so, and subject to all these other requirements, reported it to council and everything else, I could theoretically approve a reallocation of funds from culture and rec to operations. Just theoretically, as long as it doesn't make us exceed the spending as approved by council for the overall municipal budget. So, I have much wider authority. The point of that, I think, is that the CAO has wider authority on a global, municipality as a whole basis to reallocate within, but never to exceed. So so that's how I'm interpreting it. And I would be appreciative if somebody, if there's a more clear way to state that, I would be open to revising, because that's certainly how I would interpret this.
Councilor Butler, we'll finish up with those thoughts.
Thanks. So back in that item 6, it seems to me that you're talking about an authority at the CAO level to reallocate between departments, but the wording there is program. So I understand, and I think I agree with the principle that you're pointing out, that directors themselves have a certain amount of authority to reallocate exceeded by the authority of the Director of Finance, and that then exceeded by the authority of the CAO, as long as everything is reported. And within some percentage limit, I think that might make sense, as long as there's no suggestion that overall expenditures at the budget level could be exceeded, which I wonder if that's implied in number 6. I don't think it's meant to be implied. So
no.
I won't, without getting into wordsmithing, maybe we'll just suggest that some clarity, and part of that might come from outline numbering itself, would help us. But the principle that you're outlining there is one that I can agree with, as two sort of stacked authorities.
Yes.
I only have a couple of more points, so if Deputy Mayor,
Only a couple more?
fly through. Well, until I think of some more.
I think in a utopic state, it'd be nice
As you,
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Butler. I was just trying to add some levity to the
finally,
conversation.
I think I find that even though I'm happy with most of what I see here, there are areas not addressed that are addressed in the current policy B009, albeit sometimes at the administrative procedures level. We all know that we have been finding difficulty with things in the administrative procedures that probably belong in the policy. So transfers, authorities for transfers from reserves is a critical area that I have concerns with and that I am not seeing addressed here unless I've missed it. Authority over reporting of and control of monthly accounts payable, I don't see. And I have called attention in the past to the existing policy, which says that council will receive monthly accounts receivable reports. We haven't been doing that. If we're not going to do that, and I understand that we may not want to do that, what will we instead do around accounts payable reporting? I don't see reference to expense reports, including credit card expense reports, and I would like to have an understanding of how that is managed. I also don't see where we describe responsibilities. I don't see responsibilities specific to the Director of Finance, and I think in this document, I would like to see explicit descriptions of the responsibilities of the Director of Finance, because of course, this is probably that person's key policy piece. And I think I'm done. Thank you.
That's good, and I appreciate that. And I wasn't wanting to add any sarcasm to it. Honestly, earlier I was just trying to create a little chuckle around the circle. And some of those things I wanted to address as well. And that's why I felt that Mr. Given, that was going to come forward in the procedures. So before I go back to the mayor, do you want to add or clarify anything there?
Yeah, well, so I appreciate that it is important for council to see the administrative procedures so that you can be comfortable with them. But procedures are the domain of administration to implement, and so we will have to have a look at that. And again, I think I would prefer that as best as possible we get the policy as close to being done, council being satisfied with the policy, and then at that time council asking administration to draft and provide appropriate administrative procedures to council for information. Again, making clear that council may make suggestions or observations about the procedures, and administration would probably be wise to listen to those. But council doesn't get to craft the procedures in quite the same way that they get to craft the policy. So I know that there is an interplay. Again, cart before the horse. We want to make sure that council, you are the horse that is providing the horsepower here and leading, and we'll make sure that we follow appropriately, as long as there's that sort of appreciation that like an administrative procedure, for example, the policy says that administration is responsible for providing quarterly financial statements with certain specific information that council wants. Does council, so if council receives that information that you determined was important, and if you receive it on the timelines that you determined were important, to what extent do you need to have the control over the process in which that information is compiled and delivered to council? So I would acknowledge that those things overlap sometimes. And so that's why we're starting on the policy basis. And if there are things that are missing, identify them now, and we can consider whether they might be better in the policy than in a procedure.
I personally see where Councillor Butler has some concerns, and for me, because of the council interaction, particularly with going in and signing checks and having to sign off or being requested to sign off on credit card expenses and things like that, does create an interaction at that layer. I don't want to delve. Like, there are some that would just rather give you permission to collect $8 million from the community and just say, make it work. But at the same time, I don't want to dig down into the weeds myself and go that far into telling administration on how they're supposed to control things. So, but when it involves that layer of council and there are concerns on the process, then, I believe that should be covered in procedures. And if we're not talking about that today, I'm comfortable with moving forward. Councillor Butler, I'll allow you to follow up on some of that, and then we'll get back to Mayor Ireland.
Thank you. I want to follow up exactly on the point about administrative procedures. And what I mean there is that there are, in the current policy, there are a number of points within the administrative procedures that define a council responsibility. I don't think that's where it belongs. You, Mr. Given, you made that exact point in our last conversation. And so where those intersections exist, where in the current administrative procedures there is a council responsibility defined, I would like to know that we are deciding how we're going to address that. So currently there is some level of council oversight with respect to accounts payable. There is a way that accounts payable are made visible to council. If we're going to dispense with that altogether, I think we should talk about that. If there's going to be some new and different way in which council will have some high level of oversight over that process, then I think it belongs in here. So, and then I would say the same with respect to expense reports, which is, for the record, areas in which staff, or for that matter, councillors, are reimbursed for expenses paid personally, and maybe some mention of what kind of oversight is there belongs at the policy level and not only at the procedures level. Other than that, absolutely, I don't want to see a lot of procedures detailed in the head policy. So I just wanted to clarify where I was going with that.
That's good. Mr. Given, you're fine with that for now?
Well, yes, of course I am. And I would just observe that in the existing procedure, the only thing that's left out of this, so we've really taken under responsibilities in the existing procedure. 1.1 talks about municipal council and council's responsibility, and it is inappropriate that council responsibilities are in an administrative procedure. But so we have taken across many of the things about the, we've increased the frequency of reporting. So the existing procedure says that commencing monthly in July of each year and continuing on a monthly basis until the audited financial statements are adopted, financial reports, so on, so on, so on. So that is essentially replaced in the fiscal reporting section here with quarterly reporting, starting, through the entire course of the year, not subject to it being, after July. And it defines the items that will be contained in the quarterly report. So that portion certainly has been moved forward to the fiscal reporting section of this policy with intention. The point, oh gosh, 1.1BI, there's those nested numberings, says that council would be presented monthly accounts payable checklists. That was not transferred over as a council responsibility with intention. If the policy sets that council has authority for the budget, the monies in the budget may only be expended on approved items from the budget, subject to these other, qualifiers that we talked about administrative authority to reallocate. Then does council need to see monthly the list of who we paid money to? And that is an open question. Council may wish to see that. But it was intentional from administration that did not come across, because the initial approach was that under the assumption that council has approved the budget, the council has the confidence that administration can only reallocate to a certain degree and never exceed the total net budget approved by council, then we should be operating in accordance with what you've approved and paying the people for the things that you approved us to pay them for. So, and again, council might determine differently, but that it was with intention that didn't come across. And I don't believe that there are any other, I'll look to see where that check signing thing is. But again, that isn't across with intention, because if we work under the structure that the policy has said, you may not exceed the budget, you may only expend on the things that council approved in the budget and to the amount that council approved you to expend on them, then I don't know what additional oversight, because I have heard the challenge of having council members come in to sign checks or look at credit card reports, I think it would be challenging for an appropriate financial control is ensuring that the person making that observation has appropriate information and context to be able to make an informed decision. I appreciate that council members may not be in a position to have the full context about, you know, why a staff member paid for a hotel room, you know, on their credit card. I'll use that as an example. I wouldn't expect council members to know that. It certainly is up to somebody to know that. And that's why we have a system where I sign off on the credit card statements for my direct reports, and the directors sign off on the credit card statements for their direct reports. And so, you know, I certainly have enough knowledge to understand why my director would have paid for a hotel room. And my director has enough knowledge to know why their manager would have paid for a hotel room. You know, and that is an appropriate system of financial control, because we're in a position to have enough information to make qualified judgments about what's being presented to us. Where I think it's unfortunate that council's been put in that position where you're being asked to sign on something where you probably need to ask a whole bunch of questions because you're not in administration. So that wasn't transferred over, again, with intention. But we can discuss if there are any other items that council saw that would be appropriate. Now, I'll point out also that as you look through the attached, the older procedure, there are other things that are council responsibilities that aren't listed in that front part, like the creation of any bank account requires approval by council. Again, I'm not certain if that's an appropriate financial, council decision, but it's also buried, down in the procedure, which is not something that we propose to transfer over.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Mayor Arland, I'll give the floor to you next, and then we can come back to anyone else who has a hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demota. I think 3 questions are all I have. And it's all premised now. As I stated, I struggled a bit with the definition or what was meant by program, but I think I understand now. So if my understanding is correct, item 4 under operating budget authority makes sense to me. So that is reallocating within a program. So it's a program that's been approved by council, and as you
Okay, has the mayor froze on your screen? Okay, so he's frozen on mine. You
there,
froze.
I'm back. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
And where did I freeze? Should I just begin again?
You understood 4, and then I think you're moving on from 4.
All right. Well, yeah. So on 4, I understand within a program, a reallocation, and that's fair. I do have a question about the final phrase. On an expenditure basis only. Is there any possibility of incorporating some element of revenue basis? So for example, later in today's agenda, we deal with waiver of fees for $9,000. I wonder if there's an opportunity under fiscal controls to allocate some of that sort of responsibility at a director level rather than it coming to council. I just leave that for consideration, but because it says expenditure basis only, I assume it means exactly that and does not contemplate whether we could have some allowance for directors to waive fees in particular circumstances. With respect to item 5 and I presume item 6 to some degree, there is one instant issue that I have. This is reallocation between programs at the lesser of 10%. 10% of what? I mean, the programs will not be equally funded, so you apply the 10% to the lesser or the greater. I don't know. It's a minor matter, but you might as well get it sorted out while you're dealing with the policy now, because if it's between, we have to know where we go. But more fundamentally, it seems to me that this creates an opportunity for conflict between council and administration. So for example, if there has been at budget time a request for an increase in funding for some program, which is not approved by council, does that leave open the opportunity that administration can go ahead and increase funding for that program by 10% anyway? And I mean, it's a route that I don't want to go down, but it's something that I think we should take a close look at before we approve this. So there is a difference between allocating or reallocating between programs where council might be more or less neutral, but if council has already indicated that it doesn't want to increase funding at budget time, that sets up an entirely different dynamic. And I simply suggest that we take a fairly close look at that. And then finally, I just have one question, Mr. Given, for you, and that is, you indicated that there is a carryover from old policy B009 to the new policy 009, and I make this subject to Deputy Mayor Demoto's comment that the reference to audit of council's financial operations ought to be an audit of municipal financial operations. But regardless, we have always, by way of policy, recognized that there ought to be an annual review of fiscal procedures, and inherent in that is fiscal controls. And in all of that time, has there ever been occasion where external auditors indicated that our fiscal procedures and controls were inadequate? And I fully recognize that there's always opportunity to improve. But I just want to ensure that we are not failing in any regard, regardless of the fact that we could make them better and stronger.
Sure. Deputy Mayor Demota for Mayor Ireland. So I did check this with Ms. Melnichuk ahead of time as we're developing the policy, and inquired really about her experience, since I've been here for just under a year now. And she related to me that in her time in the position, we have never had an audit that revealed, and this is the term that they use, that the auditors use. We have never had an audit that revealed any significant deficiencies in internal controls. And so that is a bit of it is a statement that auditors use in their audits, and it essentially means that we've received clean audits. There may be times where they give us advice on improvements that we can make. But in Ms. Melnichuk's time in the Director of Finance Administration position, we have not received any what I would call material recommendations that were not of the nature of making improvements. There were no significant deficiencies identified in any of the audits under her watch.
I appreciate that response. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Deputy Mayor.
No, that's good, and they're great to ask. I appreciate that we're having some discussion on procedures and stuff today, but I would like to keep most of our conversation based around the policy today. And not that I don't mind debate and stuff, but our meetings are carrying on quite long, so I hope that the questioning and the debate here is specific, and I'd like to keep it specific to at the policy level here. Councillor Butler, you'd like to?
Thanks very much. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Given, for your earlier pretty extensive explanation of how you got where you are with respect to some of the issues that I talked about relating to council authorities and oversight in the existing policy. Because where I had interpreted a lack of mention as an oversight, it's actually certainly more clear to me that it is anything but that both there is actually a little more here in this wording than what I saw, and that there are spaces where you've quite deliberately said, no, we don't need council to be in there. And I couldn't be more of a believer of councillors not getting into the weeds. So I'm going to just sort of take that under advisement and think about that. And so I want to, I completely hear your arguments and understand. So thank you for that. I am left really with one overriding issue, and that I am not seeing reference to how reserves are managed and transfers out of reserves. I have a concern there. Maybe it's in other policy. It strikes me as something integral to what we ought to be talking about in this policy. So I'll just leave that for administration to consider in the next iteration, whether there should be language in here around how reserves are managed.
Deputy Mayor Demota, if I may, just on that final point. So Councillor Butler, you're right. The municipality does need to have reserves policy, and it wouldn't be a surprise for this policy to reference another policy. As we were going through this, it became clear to me and Ms. Malinchuk that we need a lot of work with respect to financial policies. And certainly, just to be clear, that is not to suggest that there's anything wrong happening. It's just that there is not enough definition and oversight at the council level as there could or should be. I would suggest that we probably need an independent, sort of fully formed reserves policy that would describe what the reserves are, what we use them for, and how funds would come in and out of those reserves, and that this policy would cross-reference the reserves policy. For example, there was the mention of the municipal surplus. It's essentially any unexpended funds become a part of the municipal surplus. In my experience, there's sort of a trailing ... that says, and shall be allocated in accordance with the municipal reserve policy B0015. So I think that there will be more work to do. I think that another financial policy council should be considering and approving is a reserves policy. And ultimately, I think that this fiscal controls policy would likely have some cross references to that reserves policy. But it was sort of a, where do you want to start? Because there is a lot of work to do on fiscal policies. And so we're starting at council direction with B009. I would not suggest that it would be another 10 years before B009 was updated. I think the next piece of work would be reserves policy or some other financial policy, and it may cause this B009 to need an updating to cross-reference a new policy as we start to add in those additional layers of control and description.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Journeau.
Merci, thank you.
Bienvenue.
Just a suggestion for our CAO, Mr. Gibbon, when you're dealing with the reserves, I would like to have one item kind of added to link them back to the financial statement. So if you look at our financial statement that are prepared by our auditors, they group reserves in departments only. So, operations, main office, culture and rec, I think there's only got 4 or 5 categories. So when I look at the reserves opening statement, I cannot link them back to the financial statement. So there has to be a way there, and we group them so that we can see the start finish, the start position links to what the auditor has seen. Then we could see the progress there. That's a suggestion, but I think it'd be much appreciated in clarifying what goes on in our reserve. My second comment has to do with the comments that have been expressed by both Mayor Ireland and Councillor Butler on the amounts in 5, 6, and 7. I believe that they are a bit on the high side. As mentioned, these could materially alter the budget. And that's not, the budget document is one of the most important things that we review. And we've gone to the details of approving a $3,700 floor cleaner, for God's sake. So now we're going to be allowed, administration is going to be allowed to spend up to $150,000 without our not spend, sorry, transfer $150,000 even from one department to the other without prior authority. I just think that's excessive or a little too high. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm also a believer that 10% in that area might be too high, and maybe thinking about 5% across the board on all the recommendations. So not really needing to go to make a motion myself, but if there's something out, if someone out there wants to propose something, I'm feeling that, out of the recommendations, under the second bullet, that committee direct administration to develop a procurement and purchasing policy. I think that needs to be separate from what we're discussing today, which I think hopefully will go forward. And I would think that right now, within the discussions that we may be gearing towards point number 2 under alternatives when it comes to the fiscal controls and reporting policy. If I'm guessing wrong, then somebody can interject. Councillor Jeannot, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. You're quite right that this item on procurement and purchasing policy it's not part of this at all. But secondly, we've just reviewed that policy in this term. We did that, I think, in the first year. Councillor Butler would be, I'm sure will remember, we were quite involved in that in our first year, if I remember correctly.
So maybe the motion could say revisit at a future committee of the whole meeting, if that's what you're intending. I would just like to see if we're done debating the specifics of the policy to, I think that conversation and debate is healthy, but if we've kind of exercised all that now, and someone would like to make a motion, I would entertain that. And then if there's any debate on that motion, then we can move forward. Councillor Butler.
I will move that committee direct administration to revise the internal fiscal control and reporting policy based on the discussion today and return to a future committee of the whole meeting. It's exactly as worded as one of the alternatives. I think we've given adequate input. I don't think there's anything suggested today that needs to be individually voted on. And if administration comes back and says, well, we heard Councillor Butler's recommendation, we disagree, we don't want to put it in there, well, then we can sort of deal at that level. But I see Mr. Given nodding. I think it was a great discussion. I've come out of it with more and not less comfort with the policy as presented, which I'm really happy about. So that would be my motion. I'll leave the question of the procurement and purchasing policy to council.
That's great. Thank you for that. So we do have a motion. And is there any debate on what Councillor Butler has presented? Any more discussion? Okay, I'll call that motion. The committee direct administration to revise the internal fiscal controls and reporting policy based on the discussion today and return to a future committee of the whole meeting. All in favor? None opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much for that. Always good to have healthy debate, healthy and productive. All right. That brings us to 7.6. We've gone an hour. I think we can, there might be some, go ahead, Councillor Jeannot. Oh, sorry. We still have to deal with the second half of this recommendation. Thanks for bringing attention.
Yes, and if again, yes, I just wanted to remind you of that. And Councillor Butler said we'd leave it to somebody else to deal with it. But I'm positive this was done. To develop a procurement policy, that has been done. So let's look into that before we have council approve the development of another one.
All right, so we're jumping at again. Mr. Given, could you clarify that comment?
Yeah, no, Councillor Jeannot is exactly right. The procurement policy is relatively new. The reason that recommendation was there was because we wanted to ensure that council had a level of comfort that the procurement related items that are in the fiscal and financial existing B009 if you're comfortable that they're adequately reflected in the existing B020, then that's no problem. You know, administration doesn't see a need to revise it. I just wanted to ensure that we weren't stripping out these procurement related sections and not advising you of that. If council is comfortable that the October 1st, 2019 B020 is adequate, administration doesn't see any need for any further work on that policy.
Okay, thank you for that, Council. I'll start with you, Councillor Butler.
Thanks. So I am a little unclear therefore on the recommendation in the report, because we do, as we know, have a separate freestanding procurement policy. So my question would be, has administration reviewed that policy, B, whatever it was, B020, and is administration satisfied that it is complete, and that when we withdraw or rescind the existing policy B009 with its language around purchasing and procurement, will we be left with any gaps? If administration's answer is no, the existing policy, which was reviewed or created, I think, a few years ago, is adequate on its own, then I don't think any motion is required here. Otherwise, I think we should direct administration to do such a review and advise.
Thanks for the specificity of the question, Councillor Butler. I think that's really helpful. And so a direct answer, no, I don't believe there are any items out of B009 that are not addressed in B020. Talks about, yeah, so I believe that they are all addressed in the updated policy. I think what it is the procurement policy got updated and the fiscal and financial control policy hasn't until this point. So I don't believe that there's any additional need if council is comfortable with the way that this proposed B009 is working, and you are all confident and comfortable with the policy that you approved this term on purchasing. There is nothing additional that administration can see that is missing. Again, that regular process of policy revision and improvement over time, we would see the procurement policy come back naturally at some future stage, but I don't see anything that's missing right now.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. You rarely raise your pen, so I'm going to you with that one.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Demoda. Given the time, I move that council agree to extend this meeting beyond 4 hours.
Motion to go past 4 hours is there. All in favor? That's carried. We're now well into the 4th hour of conversation. Is everyone satisfied to where we're at? Does anyone want to make a motion going forward? Do we need that? No? Okay, good. Could we go to agenda item? I have to scroll up here now again. 7.6 speed limits. While we're here, I did not intend to take anything away from Councillor Wilson. I had sent an email in requesting additional streets to be made to his motion, and I'm going to let him discuss that. By no means am I trying to steal your thunder, sir. So if you want to go ahead with this, and then I'll add my 2 points in. And I do want to apologize to you if I came across as a little harsh last week in the initial debate on this. I'm glad it's here today. I'm glad we're talking about it. And again, I want to support you on it. I think we just kind of got caught up on some procedural stuff that probably didn't need to get as heated. So my apologies to you, Scott.
No, thank you. No apologies needed. And as well, no thunder will be stolen. This is not much of a headliner, but I think it's just a nice little addition that we can put forward in our dwindling days as this council. We've spoken on to great extent on speed limits, and we haven't unfortunately didn't come to a complete agreement, but I think we are all very close and with the same desire, I think, to make our streets just that small bit safer. So really, I'd just like to bring up the topic of speed limits on certain few streets or avenues in town. I had mentioned it last council meeting. I'd like to put forward the proposal to reduce speed limits from 50 kilometers an hour on Cullen Crescent, Aspen Avenue, which turns into Aspen Crescent, and Balsam Avenue. All are very, very narrow streets, very residential streets, of course. They're not commuters, they're not kind of connectors of any sort. And I think it's just prudent that we knock those down to 30 kilometers an hour. Again, like I said, very, very tight. Most of them are very tight. With parking on either side, lots of families, dogs, etc. in these communities. Again, we were a community member put it forward that it's a little bit, I wouldn't say ridiculous, but in my mind, it might be that we have some streets that are 50 kilometers an hour that in reality should be 30. So Cullen Crescent, Aspen Avenue, Aspen Crescent, Balsam Avenue, and in addition, I think Councillor Demota or Deputy Mayor Demota had a couple additions to that list, and if I could pass it back to him, maybe you could speak to those.
Well, initially when we talked about this a couple of years ago, I think it was in the spring of 2019, it could have been earlier than that, maybe it was 2018, that report came back that if we piecemealed all these streets, that it was going to be more of a cost than to the municipality or to taxpayers. So I was apprehensive of doing this, but this all started off, I think, back in 2010, and I think it was foregone because of the piecemealing aspect. We wanted to take more of an umbrella approach, but we couldn't come to consensus on that. So here we are again. And yes, I totally agree with you. And those streets, I wanted to add Patricia Street north of Pyramid Lake Road to Aspen, I believe. Just because, again, you have another street, much like Cullen and Balsam and Aspen, where you have vehicles which are allowed to be parked on both sides of the lane, only allowing a single lane down the middle, and often observed by residents in that area, similar, and it's in a similar area to the ones you're speaking of, that people often go past or up to the speed limit in a short amount of time. So I have been canvassing some of the residents in the area, and the people that live on Geeky Street, close to that area, say that the Geeky Street becomes a bit of a drag strip from the Legion down to the Jasper, and where we don't have any stop signs. And coming up from Balsam, from the grocery store, there's a lot of locals that go in and out of that direction. And it was brought to our attention by someone on Balsam a few years back that there are a lot of near misses. And I'm sure that some of us have almost encountered those. I could say personally I have. So I'm a little against piecemealing because I think that we can address a lot of streets at the same time. But, this was asked by residents in the area. And I want to support Councillor Wilson in getting that done, and add as a friendly amendment to Patricia Street north of Pyramid Lake Road to, I have to look at the map again, I believe it's asked to where Patricia Circle is. Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, I think you're suggesting Pyramid Lake Road, the intersection of Pyramid Lake Road to Bonhomme Street. Patricia Street.
Patricia Street from Pyramid Lake Road
To Bonhomme. It's Bonhomme down there.
Okay, well, yeah, you would know, like your building over there.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah,
sure,
it's Bonhomme.
I would be adverse to that as well. Like you said, it's a one way, yet it is only single lane, and parking on either side. And sometimes it's a two-way accidentally. Often it's a two-way, at least once or twice a day, as I've noticed working down at that end. But no, I wouldn't argue with that one either, Councillor Demota. And just to speak a little bit further to piecemealing, again, there's two ways to do it. You can do an all-encompassing kind of blanket speed, which we've tried, but we weren't able to. And so now we're just, attacking it from a different direction, and I'm fine with that as well.
Okay. So do you have an official motion? Is that you'd like to move that we reduce?
Well, I'd like to, yeah, if there's any, I can speak further. If there's any suggestion we not move forward with this, I'd like to hear from councillors, and if not, hopefully get a bit of head nods or support behind it.
Okay, Councillor Butler.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Councillor Wilson, for bringing this forward. As you said, I think we're mostly in favor of reducing speed limits in residential zones. I certainly am. I understand the specific situation on Colin and Balsam, but what concerns me is so far both councillors who have spoken to this have both said doing this in a piecemeal fashion is not the best way, yet that's really about what we're going to do if we move forward here. And there are plenty of other sections in town, areas in town that would benefit from speed reductions and speed limit reductions. And what concerns me is we have already this sort of forest of speed limit signs in town, 50 here, 30 there, 50 here, 30 there. It creates a great deal of confusion. And I think the outcome is that people ignore the signs. I live on a street that is marked for 30 and nearly everyone doesn't go 30. So I think that's an outcome of all of these different sections in town. And I'm afraid that with every best intention, we could just make the situation worse. And I wonder why we wouldn't perhaps look at a little more of a global approach. That is what administration asked us to do back in 2019. And maybe look at taking a little more of an umbrella view, like Councillor Demota said, where we might either through a resolution or by amending the bylaw or creating a policy, depending on what administration suggested, that we might try to deal with sort of a blanket concept. For example, we could say something like residential streets, 2-lane streets in Jasper with residential on both sides should all be 30. And other areas of town that don't correspond to that, administration could use the discretion that they already have under the bylaw to look at what makes most sense for those areas. But if it's the intent that we would, as council, move through the community sort of street by street or district by district and sort of micromanage it, I think we're getting into areas of detail that we don't really need to. I think with an overarching guideline, administration could over time review the community and adjust speed limits as required and as deemed best. And then residents who would like to see consideration to a certain area could get in touch with administration, and it could be handled at an administrative level. We haven't had any input from the community on this issue. We haven't got any letters, at least that I'm aware of, to say, oh, well, please address this section of town right now. So it seems to me that coming up with a broader concept of what we're looking for overall for speed limits in the residential areas of the community, and then let admin administer it, which is why they're called administration, might be a little bit better way forward, so this doesn't keep coming back to council over and over again.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Butler. And I think this is the third time for me having this come forward, and it starts out the same way every time with that intention. And unfortunately, we couldn't come to agreement on how that would look like. And maybe with a new administration perspective, we might get something different. We did have a transportation study that we received as information, and I believe that administration came back with information regarding that transportation study and what a good approach might be. I'm open myself to direct administration to come back with a recommendation on how to approach speed limits in the community to go forward. We can, or we don't have to do something today. I mean, I think overall, there's been some suggestions and a need, although not addressing council directly through an email or, the correspondence we would like to see. There is some concern about speed limits, and we have been elected, to ensure the health and safety of, part of our being elected is to ensure the health and safety of our citizens. And if we see that certain areas might be, hazardous to that, then, I'm glad that at least some of us are stepping forward. I'm still indifferent right now on what the proper approach to be. I would like to be fiscally responsible here and address this in more of a wholesome manner, but having failed a few times before, I'm not sure that we can come to a consensus on the right way to approach this. So I understand why Councillor Wilson has shown some frustration towards this. And the fact that, again, this has started out more than 10 years ago and we're still here debating it is kind of like, let's move forward in some manner, please. Councillor Kelleher.
I agree, this seems to come back and come back. So why don't we take an approach like we're doing with paid parking? At the end of paid parking, we're going to work with our community for feedback. Maybe we have a second question when we do that. And what's the feedback from our citizens on where we should go? I agree, I live on that section of Patricia Street. And in summer, it's like road racing at night there. But yet I live there and I have not yet had one neighbor approach me about putting the speed limits down. So I think, I know when we had this conversation, we had a lot of feedback not to put Connaught down on either end. People were open to it going down on the two streets that it's on now with the outdoor seating. So for me, I think we should approach it the same way we're approaching paid parking. When we send out a survey at the end of that for feedback, why don't we also include the question on what are the speed limits for the town? Why not just do communication piece to everybody and get that feedback that way? That's just my idea, because we can argue forever. I'll go against putting Connaught down, but I'd be quite happy to put down the middle because I've got a lot of feedback on that. But as I said, I live in a section that Councillor DeMota is talking about, or Deputy Mayor DeMota, and I have not heard from one of my neighbours. I agree with Councillor Wilson. Just from working in the transportation company, we can't even go down there with our buses down Collin. It's so narrow that we have to get our guests to come out towards the end, especially in winter. I've never gone down there more than 10 kilometers an hour. So I think we're all over the place. So I think we need to garnish some feedback from our community.
Councillor Wilson.
Was Councillor McGrath, or were you about to speak? I was
Sorry.
actually going to put a motion for it, but we'll let Councillor McGrath go ahead.
I didn't see your hand up, Councillor McGrath. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this, and I can understand that for those of you who have been on council for more than just this term, how exhaustive this subject might be, because we've already on this term spent a lot of time debating it, and I don't even really have great memory of those debates, but I do have great memory of the information that was supplied to us from administration. So to think of us requesting administration providing us more data and more information would be hard to agree upon, though I as well would benefit from a refresh. I think that we have the responsibility of community safety, and for community safety, increasing pedestrian safety in our community is always a good idea. There's most streets that I drive no more than 35 in anyways throughout our community. And I think it's common in all places, and more cities are moving their residential areas to 30 kilometers an hour. It's very common nowadays. And our streets of Connaught and Patricia are sitting at 30 kilometers an hour today. And it doesn't seem that there's any opposition to that or any issues arising from lower traffic on Connaught and Patricia. So I would support moving forward and moving through this in any way that council wishes. If it means that it's a global approach to adjust the speed limits to 30 kilometers an hour, and we have a large sign at the entrance of town that says, "We are a pedestrian friendly community. Please drive at 30 kilometers an hour while visiting Jasper or while staying in Jasper." Or if there is more desire to piecemeal this together and move forward with the motion as it's been presented today, those are logical areas that no one can drive 50 on. So it makes sense that we would do that. But I support lowering speed limits, and however council sees fit in doing so, I definitely would align with.
Okay, I appreciate that. Anyone else from council would like to contribute to the conversation? Your worship, Mr. Mayor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy. Just in advance of a motion, which I anticipate is coming. We are now at this point of piecemealing, as has been said, but it would be possible to piecemeal from the other direction. In other words, have a blanket speed for the community and then piecemeal those streets or sections of street that should be higher. So the same process, but the reversal. So everything is slower and safer, presumably at least, but then we look at where there could be exceptions to a faster speed rather than continually looking at exceptions where there should be a slower speed. Similarly, if we wish to engage the public in this, there are other opportunities, and it might be possible to go block by block, in a sense, similar to what we do with paved lanes. If the people on a block want to get together and 51% of them say, please do something with our speed limit, we could respond to that, rather than try and engage the entire community in an effort in areas of the community where they perhaps don't drive very often. At least be sensitive to the requirements of neighborhoods and let citizens have a formal way to approach us, similar to what we do with paved lanes. There wouldn't be a cost in the same way, but just come forward and say, in our neighborhood, this would be preferable. So just those opportunities to approach it from a different angle, and also to engage the community in a different way, should we choose. Generally speaking, I don't know what motion is going to come. It's difficult to vote against a motion that is predicated on community and personal safety. So I wait to hear what the motion is, and I presume it would be a 30-kilometer limit. I'm not sure that I heard that in the opening comments, but I think that's what was being proposed. But thank you for that opportunity.
Yeah, no problem. I personally, I would like to see a recommendation go to administration or have direct administration to come back with us with a proposal similar to what the mayor has just suggested. But I understand that we need to move forward on some of this stuff. So if there is a motion coming forward in some degree, I can give a few minutes to, if you need to draft something, Mr. Wilson, Councillor Wilson, were you, how are you?
Yeah, I would like to make two motions.
Okay.
So to see some action in the immediate future, and then some action in the not so distant future. So the first motion would be that committee direct council to approve the reduction in speed limits on Cullen Crescent, Aspen Avenue, Aspen Crescent, Balsam Avenue, and Patricia Street north of Pyramid Lake Road until it terminates on Bonhomme. So that's my first motion. And then the second motion is to direct council or direct administration, I guess direct administration to return to committee at a future date, most likely with new council, but if it came to us prior, that'd be fine. But to direct administration to revisit speed limits within the community with a focus on reducing speed limits to 30 kilometers an hour unless otherwise posted. And then within that work given to administration, I would suggest they come back to us with examples of certain streets that should remain or should be 50 kilometers an hour and reasons why. So that's the second motion.
Okay, well, let's deal with the first motion. And that is to, Mayor Ireland, do you need a point of clarity or?
I was going to, before we enter into debate, I was going to offer a friendly amendment to both motions, and that would be that committee recommend that council direct. Committee can't direct council to, and should not direct council to do anything, but it can make a recommendation, which would then come back to council next week. So just the formal wording of the motion, I suggest ought to be changed. I leave that to Councillor Wilson to accept or not.
Thank you, I accept that.
Okay. So do we understand the motion with the streets presented for the first motion? All in favor? Okay. None opposed, that's carried. Okay. Oh, sorry, any opposed? I thought I saw all your hands up. Are there any opposed?
You know, with respect, Deputy Mayor Demota, I raised my hand because I thought there would be an opportunity to speak to the motion.
Oh, I apologize. Okay.
And
okay. I thought we went through. No, I apologize that meeting fatigue is set in. We have a motion with the friendly amendment accepted. Everyone understands the streets and the speed limit that have been proposed in the motion. Is there any debate or further questions behind this motion? I'll go to you, Councillor Kelleher, MP, and then Councillor Butler.
So I came here today thinking that it's Balsam, Cullen, and Aspen, because people on those streets contacted Councillor Wilson. And now we're moving into Patricia Street and other streets, and I live on Patricia Street. And as I said, like, I have not even discussed this with my neighbors. So I have a hard time voting in favor of putting this street down when I haven't even consulted with my neighbors, or they all knew the other ones were coming up. They didn't know these ones were coming up. Maybe they have input, you know what I mean? And I know I have 2 weeks, a week from now before it comes back for vote, but I think it's unfair. I think, you know what I mean, we should stick to the 3 streets that were brought up and we vote on them and then have input from the rest, or at least till we come up with whether we're going to put all streets down to 30, like come up with an overall plan. But this piecemealing is kind of a little crazy.
Well, how about this? Seeing as that we have a motion on the floor, and this is just a recommendation to council from committee, that we can address that and maybe provide some time for input, because I'm going off of what was brought to me by my neighbors when I used to live on your street. So now that I don't live there anymore, maybe the sentiment has changed. And that's the only reason I wanted to have that added, because it was one of the first streets that we discussed. So I'm okay with the way the motion's presented, and if we need to change it next week, this is just a recommendation at this point. Unless Councillor Wilson wants to go and change his motion, or if that's a friendly amendment that you're recommending, then please clarify that, and we'll see if Councillor Wilson wants to adjust it. Councillor Keller MP.
Councillor Wilson, would you accept that friendly amendment?
No, I don't think so. Thank you for that, Councillor Keller MP, but I'd like to move ahead with the motion. Although, you know, as suggested, this is still committee. There is still time, and we've got ample time to bring for individuals to come forward. And I think it's pretty straightforward. I'd like to move ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Butler, were you addressing me earlier because you just wanted to bring a point of order, or did you have more to add to this? And then I saw Councillor Cherneau with his hand up.
Thank you very much. I'm in favor in doing something like what I think is intended by Councillor Wilson's second motion. I absolutely think that almost all, maybe all, streets in Jasper with residential on both sides probably should be reduced to 30. I also think that people should have an opportunity to provide public input, and I don't think that a resident talking to a councillor is the same as that. So I am in agreement with the second motion that I understand may be proffered. And therefore, I don't understand why we would then move forward with this one little section of town. It's so piecemeal. I agree entirely with the intent, but we could do this in a little more organized fashion. So that's why I'm against this motion. In fact, because I think we do need to look at the whole town and probably reduce most residential streets, if not all, to 30. So why don't we do that and not deal a section at a time? And why don't we allow a little opportunity, as Mayor Ireland suggested, so that residents in neighborhoods can have a little input. So that is why I will vote against this motion with respect.
Thank you. Other Councillor Cherneau.
Thank you. The comment made by Councillor McGrath receives my overwhelming support. That is to put entrance signs at the beginning, at all three entrances to town, welcoming them in a great way to slow down, enjoy the moment. Our speed limit is 30 or whatever we decide on. I think it's the direction we should be moving in. We should be, you know, eco-friendly, people slow down, consume less fuel, and take the time to enjoy the moment, enjoy Jasper, slow down. I've said that before more than once, and I support whatever decision council decides to do. We should let the public know in a big way that we want them to slow down, enjoy the moment. Thank you.
All right. Has everyone who needs to speak has spoken since the motion has been put to the floor? All right. Do you have any closing comments, Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, I would just close in reiterating the fact that we have had the conversation for months and months, and unfortunately we weren't able to come to a consensus. And I'm putting this motion forward as you know, to show that we can either do one way or the other, a blanket speed limit with exceptions, or we can piecemeal it. We've been put in the situation where we have to piecemeal it currently, and the upcoming council can move forward and hopefully find consensus and move forward on a blanket speed limit as we've discussed and as is represented in the second motion. But I'd like to, yeah, anyway, thank you for that. And
thank you. Okay, so again, everyone understands the motion, the speed limits and the streets that have been presented in the motion with the friendly amendment. Any further debate? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's 5 in favor, 2 opposed, that's carried. Now we have to deal with the second motion, and that's committee to recommend to council to direct administration to revisit the speed limits to the speed limits in the community to 30 kilometers an hour unless otherwise posted. Did I record that correctly, Councillor Wilson?
that's correct, with an addition that administration return with suggestions on exemptions from 30 kilometer an hour, and I guess support why they should remain 50.
All right. We have a motion. Is there anything to debate, comment on, or request more information for? Mayor Ireland, please go ahead.
Perhaps a small matter, but I'm not sure that it's entirely an either or 30 or 50. It seems to me that there is at least one area where the speed limit is already 20. So is there an intent that that be increased, or should we expect administration to come back with exceptions, whether below or above 30?
Would you mind amending a friendly amendment? Suggesting the friendly amendment?
Well, unless otherwise posted, I assume that that would be covered whether it was higher or lower. Hopefully, administration understands the intent and we can debate that, but it's up to you. I don't know if it needs any amending.
Yeah, it's not, so I didn't say 50. Okay, so unless otherwise posted.
Okay. Any further comments from council? All right. If everyone understands the question, I'll move it. All in favor? It's not opposed, it's unanimous, carried. Thank you very much for all that. We have one more official item of business. Do we need a break before that? Or like to deal with this right now and then maybe take a break before going into our motion action list and things of that matter? I could tell you, I just want to make this really quick and just for discussion. Then if we're going to go to 7.7, I'm the one that brought it up. And for me, I just want, I would probably have to remove myself from chair and maybe give it over to Councillor Journeau if I'm going to make this motion. My intent is just to have the discussion, and we've tried this several times before, and then COVID got in the way, and then it didn't make it to the last budget consideration for various reasons, and it's by no one's fault. And it was just part of our strategic priorities in the past. And the reason I wanted to bring up municipal staff housing was for the intent of being able to attract and or retain some staff to the community, whether it's directors or anyone else that we need here, because it is quite difficult to move to Jasper to purchase housing right off the bat. So if there's some way that we can create some type of landing experience, an opportunity for people that are moving to Jasper to work for the municipality and maybe not become permanent residents, but The idea is to review this at budget time, and whether it's something that could be an in and out with the revenues that we are already receiving, from the rental income that we have, and or by the people that would be dwelling in that, so it wouldn't be a financial burden, to the taxpayer. And if there's an opportunity there to review that during budget time, or if there needs to be some tax dollars attributed to procurement of staff housing, that discussion take place at budget time, and that's going beyond this council. So, sir, if may I relinquish the chair to you, Councillor Jeannot, and then I can put forward this motion.
I accept.
Okay, so I move that the committee of the whole refer the matter of funds to support acquisition of additional staff housing to the 2022 budget discussion. And with the intent of all the things that I've just described.
Thank you, Councillor Demora. We have heard the motion, recommendation, or motion. Discussions. Debate. Councillor Butler and then Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor Demora. My sound cut out a little. I'm not sure I know exactly what the motion is. Could you repeat it?
Yeah, for sure. The committee of the whole refer the matter of funds to support acquisition of additional staff housing to the 2022 budget discussion. And, I think it's really appropriate now. This is probably what my closing comments would have been, because we do have another director leaving, somebody that's had the opportunity to have established owning their own residence here. We've lost already another one, and having some housing available to have a director come to town, or fire chief, it was quite helpful. So, I think that going forward with some changeovers in administration and or other staff areas, that we try to explore opportunities to create some success within our overall structure.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Butler. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was just looking for a little bit more clarification as well, but from how I understand is that you're just hoping to have the conversation about acquiring staff housing prior or in congruent with at the same time as budget 2022, not pushing it on further, because we are actually looking at probably some situations where we will need some housing for directors if we do hire outside the community. And so really you're referring the discussion to be incorporated in the budget.
Yeah, more so because it was a strategic priority at one point, and we're unable to achieve that within this term. But our strategic plan was intended to go into 2022 from 2018. So with that intent, I just wanted to keep it relevant for the next council to be able to review if that's our intention here today, to have council direct administration to do so in the future. If that clarifies anything.
I still find the matter a little vague. I understand the need to move in that direction. But are we asking administration to put money in the budget to buy, or just to put money in the budget to develop? No, okay, so so basically you just want an appropriation in the budget to set money aside for purchase of staff housing.
Not money aside, but to review whether it's viable. And if it needs to be viable, then that would, like anything else, if we need a fire engine, that would get added to the budget. I don't know if we need a fire engine. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't know if we need, or what the appropriate housing might be. So that would be up to administration to review and bring to the budget cycle. So it's vague on purpose. So again, I'll just repeat that committee of the whole refer the matter of funds to support acquisition of additional staff housing to the 2022 budget discussion.
So all we're asking is to put some money in the budget.
Sure.
First of all, Mr. Given, then Councillor, the mayor, no, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Given.
Well, sure. Councillor Janot, I was just going to say, maybe helpful if I can tell you what administration would do based on the motion that I heard. Based on this motion, administration would show up with a specific item at budget time, giving council alternatives for how they might secure additional staff housing. And not let's go and buy property A or property C, but we would give council some alternatives for their consideration. And they would have the choice of whether or not they wanted to embed one of those in the budget. So it is not a specific amount that Councillor Demota seems to be asking for. He's asking for administration to provide the next council proactively with some alternatives that they can choose whether or not they want to include in the 2022 budget. And so that's what I would act on, is we would show up at budget time. There'd be an agenda item in the budget discussion that says, funds for staff accommodation. Administration would have a bit of a report or presentation about what we would recommend. And the council in their budget deliberations would have a choice about whether or not they wanted to direct us to include that in the budget.
Thank you for that. Councillor McGrath was first, then Mayor Ireland.
Thank you very much, Councillor Janot, and thanks for raising this, Councillor Demota. I know it's been really close to your heart and a high priority of yours during this term. So I appreciate it being here with 3 meetings left to have a chance to debate this. I certainly support this coming forward and this being referred to the 2022 budget considerations and the way in which Mr. Given has presented what administration would follow, having options presented with alternatives to consider municipal staff housing. I think it's there's no harm, there's no risk in referring this forward to the next council to deliberate, specifically with the intention of gaining equity. And we paid $4,200 a month for a rental unit in Jasper that we're not gaining equity in. So if that money could be utilized in some way to get and acquire more municipal staff housing, I think that I would support that in general. And I don't see any risk in supporting this motion. So I'm definitely aligned with you today.
Thank you for that. Mayor Ireland, please.
Thank you, Councillor Janot. My only concern is that I think we extend the process by referring this directly to budget. I can't imagine, although of course I can't speak for an incoming council, but how do you allocate money for municipal staff housing in the absence of a policy? So it seems to me that the first step ought to be to refer this to a policy discussion, and that I think has to be with new council as well. But it seems to me that the only likely scenario is that at budget discussions, the determination will be made. How do we reconcile this in the absence of a policy? We need a policy first. So that is where I think we did not get in this term, despite it being one of our strategic priorities, but we were overwhelmed with other issues, and that's not one that rose to the top. But I think we still need the policy level discussion before we can talk about allocating funds. So I'm not necessarily opposed. I think it just adds a step rather than really tackles the issue, which is get on with the policy level discussion and figure out what it is that we want and where we want to go, and then we'll figure out how to get there.
Councillor Demota.
Oh, I just wanted to bring to your attention before I speak that Ms. Nadon had her hand up before me. She's virtually, she's got it. And then I'll speak to it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Nadon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Journeau. I'm afraid I haven't touched my computer in a few hours. I do not have anything to bring. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Demota is having a hard time relinquishing the chair, I see. So I will pass it on now to Councillor Butler.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Mayor Journeau. Every time this issue has come up, and I appreciate Councillor Demota bringing it forward repeatedly because it is close to his heart. It is listed in our strategic priorities. Every time as it come forward, I have attempted to make exactly the point that Mayor Ireland made, to bring such a major item to budget without there being a policy framework for the conversation is just not something that I can see as helpful. I don't mind that it might come up in budget in 2022. For the 22 budget discussions, I'm not very comfortable trying to somehow extend our reach by in some way asking the next council to consider a budget item when it won't be the item of this council to discuss. So I would be far more comfortable with the direction to request that administration begin the process of developing a policy rather than this. I'll also point out that the strategic priorities that we are operating under are intended to apply from 2018 to 2022. So these strategic priorities will be the strategic priorities of the incoming council for at least a year. So I don't think we gain anything by doing this. And
Councillor Demota, you have a point of order.
I just wanted to say that we already covered this, and administration is coming back with a policy on this. And this was the second part of what we need to discuss. And the reason I didn't bring it forward is because we had already talked about this at length, and I didn't want it to be another burden on that particular meeting last week. And it just keeps getting bumped down the road. So this is a secondary, motion just to have it as part of the conversation. Policy's already been directed. So the development is supposed to come back at a future committee of the whole, which we decided on last committee of the whole. So having gone through that already, this is, I'm going to go back to what Councillor Wilson said about speed limits. This is exactly how we were in the position of, getting this thing kicked down the road so many times. And that's why we didn't have an enhanced speed limit policy, because of these types of arguments. So I just want to move forward so that we don't get tangled up in all this bureaucracy and silly discussions. To me, and it's not to demean anything that has been brought up. Maybe we forgot what we've already done, but to me, it's worthwhile having the conversation. And I know we need a policy first. We've decided that. We just want to I want to keep it relevant. And if we don't want to go forward, like if the motion's on the table, so let's move it to vote.
Well, you're still referring to the budget. So basically you want money set aside in the budget for future purchases. Am I correct? The policy is coming. So therefore your motion should read.
It's just refer the matter of funds to support acquisition. So whatever that might mean, like we may not or may not need to put money aside. It's just for it to come to budget discussion. It might cost money to buy housing. It might not. So we just have, you know what? I'm sorry that I'm wasting everybody's time. I thought this would be really easy, and I don't know why it's so confusing. So
Well, I think
I could really just right now at this point in time, just withdraw the motion. And if council's okay with that, if we have a nod of heads and we don't have to deal with this, then we can go on to the next item.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you say that, Councillor Demota, but I think that there was clarity needed there, and in the discussion that became problematic. Before I relinquish the chair, any more comments on this? I will return the chair to Councillor Demota. Enjoy.
All right, thank you. Shall we take a break now
Sure.
for 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Thank you.
Councillor Journeau, I don't know if you saw Deputy Mayor Demota's notice that he has suddenly had to step away. But I believe that places the meeting in your hands.
Okay, thank you for that. I have to reload my items here. Sorry about that. If I recall, the next item on the agenda is an item from Tourism Jasper. Am I correct? Thank you. Who would like to speak to that?
Councillor Janot, I'll just introduce it to item 8.1. You'll see in front of you a request from Tourism Jasper for waiver of fees with respect to rental for the use of Centennial Field, Robson Park, Commemoration Park, and the multi-purpose hall. And they note in here that all of the events that they're proposing are free except for the lectures at the multi-purpose hall. Administration hasn't reviewed this request. It was addressed to council, and so it's here for council consideration. Of course, this would be a reduction in the potential revenue for these municipal facilities. I think from an administrative perspective, of course, we recognize that municipal revenues are down this year, but ultimately if the municipality doesn't meet budget at year end, we would return to council with that information and council to have an opportunity to choose to deal with that lack of budget or deficit through utilization of reserves if required. So council certainly can approve this. I don't know necessarily that you need to approve a funding source for it, but council should know that it does mean that there are revenues in a slim revenue year that the municipality won't be able to record. I think that's all pretty straightforward, but it's here for council consideration. If council wished to approve this, you could, I would suggest that it would be committee recommend council approve the waiver of blank funds as requested. So committee recommend council approve if that was the direction that you were going to go.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, or sorry, Alternate Deputy Mayor Janot. One question for administration before the debate begins. It was my understanding that if we were doing a free event, that there would be no fees, but if it was a for-profit event, that there would be fees. So is there some clarification on that, noting that there is no fees associated or no profit associated with anything outside of the multi-purpose hall, why there is a fee?
Sorry, just so I can make sure I've got the question correct. Councilor McGrath, you're asking why there's a fee for the use of the outdoor fields and recreation areas?
Yeah, I'm not sure why I have in my head that if I was an entrepreneur in Jasper and I was putting on a free event, that I could potentially have use of a field if I was not profiting from the event, but that if I was profiting from the event, there would be a fee associated.
Yeah, I would have to look and see. I don't have that information at hand right now, and I'm not familiar with that. I know that there are some circumstances where some agencies have used fields and some not-for-profits have. I can probably confirm that relatively shortly.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Mayor Journeau. This is not an agenda item, it is correspondence. And I think what we ought to do at this point, because administration can't possibly be expected to have information at hand to help us decide what to do here, I think we should accept the letter into the record and direct administration to bring this back with information and possible recommendations at an upcoming meeting and not attempt to deal with it on the fly. So that would be my suggestion, given that it comes to us as correspondence. So given pointed out that administration has not had an opportunity to look at the potential ramifications of the request.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Kelleher MP, and then Councillor McGrath.
Not to argue with Councillor Butler suggestion, but is there a timeline on this? I think Dark Sky is coming up pretty imminently. And I, for one, would support this. I think the Dark Sky adds, a bit of stimulus to our economy in a slim time of year, in a slim year. So anything we can do to kind of stoke the fire of tourism and getting people here in those shoulder seasons, I think we've got to work with our partners, Tourism Jasper, and I don't think this is something we really need to debate. I think we need to team up with Tourism Jasper and get this moving. And I think they're making plans probably immediately for this event. So I think it's something that we can work with and team up with and move forward on this. And I'd be willing to make the motion that we actually, sorry, I won't make the motion at this point. I'll just leave it there and then I'll come up with a motion that worded.
Thank you for that. Councillor Wilson, we'll get back to you. Councillor Kelleher MP.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Wilson. I think we need to move forward with this. Dark Sky is within, I think, starts next week, just either of the long weekend or just after. But the events are free. Centennial Park is there. It's for the enjoyment of all our community. And as Councillor Wilson said, it's been a tough COVID year on everybody. And if we can have some of these outdoor events coming up, I think it's a great way to end the summer. The Tourism Jasper came forward with a music series that we had to cancel due to COVID. So I think we need to move forward. I think it's good for the community. It's good for everybody. And if it has to come back to decision, like if administration could come back next week to council for approval, I think that's the way to go.
Thank you, Councillor Kelleher MP. I believe Councillor McGrath had some words.
Thank you very much, Alternate Deputy Mayor Journeau. I absolutely agree with the principle of waiving the fees for these outdoor locations. And I agree with the statements made by Mr. Jackson, stating that there is so much value and positive impact to the community well-being with these events and installations, and the desperate need for the opportunity of reprieve. We've all been through so much. I thoroughly enjoyed the light installations at Centennial Park last season. that's the type of energy that is being sought out to install in these parks and in these places. And that's the type of opportunities that our community would miss out on should we not waive this $9,000. I know that Dark Sky Festival starts in approximately 2 weeks. Therefore, I believe that there is an importance of seeing this before us today. I am regretful that administration hasn't had time to look through this and to consider this. But I believe that the right thing to do is to waive the $9,000 and to have Tourism Jasper be able to plan the event that does start very soon. I did catch wind last year that there was an event that was being proposed in our community that actually wasn't able to move forward. And it wasn't able to move forward because of the fees associated with the green space rental. The event that had to be canceled would have provided well-being, recreation to young people and to all residents in Jasper. And the thought of us and visitors missing out on an opportunity for well-being and community wellness is disappointing to me. I would love to see a policy move forward that makes this not even a debate, that when organizations come to council, when organizations are planning something that is free for community and free for use that does contribute to community wellness and well-being, that we as council have it stated in policy that we support it. So it doesn't need to be a one-off coming to council as is today. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. If you do have a motion prepared, I definitely support that. And thank you to Tourism Jasper for providing 2 weekends in October where we as locals and visitors will have opportunities to engage and recreate.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, are you prepared to make a motion?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to make the motion that committee recommend waiving the fees associated to rental of rental of our services quoted for Tourism Jasper Dark Sky events to a tune of $9,000 for the 2021 Dark Sky event. Sorry, go ahead.
Just to be clear, it's just the outdoor use of facilities. They're still paying for the indoor facilities, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. And you're aware of that in your motion. Thank you. Any discussion, any debate on the motion? Show of hand, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Rolling back to my screen. Next item. Next item is item 9, motion action list, and that's attached in our package. Any discussion, questions required of that for Mr. Given?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Journeau, a number of items that we've tagged off the list today. And so I just want to highlight those for council. We have some recommended adjustments to target dates for some existing ones, but we discussed the community garden expansion request, and I think that did also deal with alternative sites. The community garden local food society was satisfied with the expansion and aren't currently looking. So we believe that those two can come off. The COVID relief reserve, there was one item there, tax deferral program, we believe is off. We still have to return to council with the income-based utility rebates program, which will come at the next committee meeting. The skate park relocation noise level research, council gave us direction on that back in June. We suggest that one can come off. The land acknowledgement policy, we believe can come off. And policy development review, we had the motion related to B009. Obviously, council has given direction to administration to revise that and come back. So I would suggest that this item from July 13th can come off because it'll be replaced with the direction that council gave today. So we'll have a new updated item that shows that in September, council directed us to provide revisions and come back. And so that would be replaced. But those items that I noted, policy development review, land acknowledgement policy, skate park relocation, and the 2 community garden items, I would suggest can all come off the list. And so we need a motion with council acknowledging that you're okay with those coming off.
So can we have a motion that committee accept? Is this correct? Councillor McGrath, please. Sorry, before we go to motion, Councillor McGrath, you have questions?
Sorry, no question, Deputy Mayor Journeau. I was simply offering to make a motion that council revise the updated motion action list as discussed.
I think before I accept that, I think Councillor Wilson has something to say.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to circle back to the bike skills park. I see that it's been pushed into November, which I guess is appropriate because it will be to the new council. But I would just like, put my opinion forward that I hope to see it come back in November. The bike skills park will need time to plan and I ideally have be moving towards construction in the 2022 construction season. So the sooner that comes back, the better. That's a pretty easy one to kind of move forward on. I in my opinion, and it's something that all of our community can benefit from. Just a small bike skills park is not as daunting as a skate park. This one is just dirt and wood and jumps, and Saw Construction could definitely get on board with that one as well. But I have been in contact with the Jasper cyclists or JPCA, and they'd like to see that come back to council. I suggested that it might be best if it's the new council, but I'd like to stress progress on that one, hopefully throughout the winter, and then some construction on it in the coming season.
Thank you. I think I said a nod of the head from Mr. Gibbon here. He's acknowledged what you have just said. Go ahead, Mr. Gibbon.
Yeah, no, Councillor Janot, for Councillor Wilson, this is exactly why we keep the list. That is absolutely the longest, the longest in the tooth on the list. And it is a function of where, administration workload and relative priority. And so other items I have given precedence to that has my name responsible. And so it is really just one of those ones of deciding between different things and what needs to get to council at what time. But as you can see, we are aware that for them to be able to do the construction in the upcoming year, they'll need an agreement to be on the land that we currently have some influence over. So it's not lost on administration that this needs to happen. It hasn't happened to this point because, again, just the relative priority of it compared to other things that were on our list. But message received that it needs to get done early so the group can have a chance to move forward in 2022.
So thank you for that information. Councillor McGrath, I will accept your motion to accept this list. Are we clear on the motion? Oops, you've disappeared. Are we clear on the motion? All in favor? Show of hands. And that is carried. Thank you very much. I have to return to my screen, sorry. Somebody has some tips on how to get to the top of my page in a hurry. I'd appreciate it right about now. We are now item 10, council representation on various boards and upcoming meetings. Who would like to speak first? Councillor Kelleher, MP.
Thursday, Councillor Wilson and I will have a Community Futures Board meeting in Hinton, and prior to the board meeting, we'll be attending, sorry about that, we will be attending ceremony for reconciliation at 9:30 in the Green Square in Hinton.
Thank you. Any other announcements on board representation? Calling once, calling twice. Well, we can move on then to item number 11, upcoming events. Tomorrow we have an intergovernmental meeting being held virtually. Oh, really? I thought it was in person. Sorry about that. Okay, so, and we're hosting. Mayor Arlen, are we hosting or are they hosting?
I believe this is Parks, Councillor Janot.
Thank you very much. Next
Sorry,
item is, go ahead.
I was trying to get your attention earlier, but I'm having device troubles as well.
Okay.
but I take it you can hear me.
Yes.
I had intended, and I thought I had my hand up on the earlier reports from council, just to give a very quick update that council approved an expenditure for consultants with respect to the land rent issue with Parks Canada. I have had one occasion to have a meeting with an official in the Department of Environment and whatever else it's called at the federal level. We were also able to get agreement with Banff to engage in that same land rent discussion. So I was joined at that meeting by Mayor Corey DeMono of Banff. Our consultants now are looking into organizing other meetings with relevant players in Ottawa. The previous meeting took place during the hiatus before the election, but after the writ had dropped. So now it will be a matter of managing connections with the incoming set of bureaucrats. But just to let you know that we had one initial meeting with Banff involved now with us in the land rent discussion, and our consultants will be moving forward to organize additional meetings and will sort out when and how and where all of council might be involved in those discussions as well. So I'll keep you advised. It's unfolding, but it's going to take some time now as the federal government reorganizes itself after the election. So just a brief update on that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I apologize that I missed your signal. Your screen is very narrow all of a sudden, so that may be why your hand did not appear. Any other comments before on that? Thank you. On October the 4th, we have a candidates forum. October the 5th, we have the councils. Sorry, October the 1st for the mayors. October the 5th is for the councillors candidates. Virtually again, hosted by, or is it us? Are we hosting them? No, doesn't matter. Advance poll is October the 6th, is October 13th from 3 to 8 p.m. Institutional vote, which is much appreciated for our seniors and our shut-ins on October 13th. Election day is October the 18th, full day. Annual Business Ambassadors Award, October the 20th, being held virtually. AUMA conference, November 17th to the 19th. You have those before you. I have a question on the Ambassador Business Award. We have in our policy or in our administration an opportunity to honor someone, an honoree. Is that separate from this? Mayor Arlen, can you answer that, please? Like we can honor, recommending somebody to be honored for their contributions in their lifetimes. Not, is that the same? Is this the same one?
No, it's not.
Thank you.
The one that is on our list of upcoming events is the Chamber of Commerce Ambassador Awards.
Thank you. So next item is to, somebody's waving a hand and the other one is grinning. I'm not sure. Can we move on here to the next item, which is in camera? Mayor Arlen, please. It's a motion from Mayor Arlen to move into camera at.
No, it is not.
Okay.
At least not yet. I just wanted to bring up in upcoming events so that we do not lose sight of the fact that we previously proclaimed the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation for Jasper, and that is coming up on September 30th. So I just as a reminder to all of council and all those who might be watching that that approaches this week, and there will be some events being sponsored by and through the municipality. So just be aware of notices that might be available with respect to the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation.
Thank you for that. Any more data on upcoming events that I may not be aware of? Ooh. None. With that, I think it's time to move into camera. Need a motion to move into camera at 2:55. Show of hands. Councillor Mayor Arlen, thank you. Motion by Mayor Arlen to move into camera at 2:55. So we reconvene in what, 5 minutes? You'll give us a new link, Mr. Gibbon?
There should already be a link in your inboxes. I believe it's already there, and absolutely, I will open the Zoom line, and administration doesn't expect any other items to come out of the in-camera session. This is performance feedback from me as CAO and from council as my employer, and so we'll have that open immediately.
So for the public that has been viewing, we thank you for taking our meeting today, our lengthy meeting. And as mentioned by Mr. Gibbon, there's will be no need for